วัสดีท่านผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านนะคะดิฉันดร.สริญญาสังคตวัฒน์ประธานหลักสูตรการจัดการมหาบัณฑิตวิทยาลัยนานาชาติมหาวิทยาลัยมหิดลขอต้อนรับทุกท่านเข้าสู่งาน The Bit Agent Training ครั้งที่2นะคะ Intermediate Program ค่ะขออนุญาตพูด2ภาษาทั้งภาษาไทยและภาษาอังกฤษเช่นเดิมนะคะA very good morning to all distinguished guests, both online and on-site. I am Dr. Srinya Sankatawat, Program Director of Master of Management in International Tourism and Hospitality Management, Mahidol University International College, your host of today. Please allow me to welcome you all to the second Bit Agent Training Intermediate Program, which will take place over the period of 2 days during October 8 and 9, 2020. This will be the second series of the hybrid training of BIT agents organized by Thailand Convention and Exhibition Bureau, TCEP, in partnership with Thailand Incentive and Convention Association, NOTICA, and programmed by International Congress and Convention Association, NOICA. This BIT agent training is especially designed for university academia and in the business event industry in order to be equipped with important skill and plan to develop a successful BIT for Thailand. Without further ado, may I take this good opportunity to invite Kun Nishapha Yosavi อยู่แล้วนะคะคุณนิชภายศวี the Senior Vice President Business Thailand Convention and Exhibition Bureau to kindly give us a welcome remark. Please be invited.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, สวัสดีค่ะ Greetings from rainy Phuket. I'm actually in Phuket right now, leading a team of a good number of bloggers to come and do the launch of Travel Bloggers Exchange Asia, which will supposed to be happening next year. So Phuket is very rainy, but I'm very glad that I can be online with all of you. So good morning to all participants, both who are at the meeting space with TICA and TCEP. And for those who are participating remotely online, thank you very much for joining us today. On behalf of TCEP, I would like to officially welcome you all virtually to the 2-day program of the Intermediate BIT Agent Training. Today we have, I believe, a good number of future BIT agents joining us, including over 30 university academia and 60 industry partners to have a very good foundation from the first BIT Agent Beginner Program, which was organized during 10th to 11th of August. I believe that in the first training was well participated. The number of participants are around 90 from academia and also from industry partners. And I believe that towards the end of the program, we have a group work of the 4 teams presenting the bid proposal for Thailand. And of course, we have the winning team. So please join me in congratulating the winning team who proposed the bid for the World Conference on Women and Sport 2026, as well as 3 other teams who have exhibited a mastery of preparing bid proposal. I believe all of you, many of you, if not all, are also joining us today. And I would like to once again sincerely thank you for your continuous support and engagement throughout the program. The second BIT Agent training today and tomorrow will be more exciting, more engaging, and more informative with a good number of case studies and real BIT materials to share and discuss. And this time, we are delighted to have over 14 renowned speakers for the 2-day intensive program sessions. On that note, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to all of our wonderful speakers from all over the world. Thank you very much for sharing your insight and be with us in the training this time. Now, the past several months have not been easy for everyone, TCEP included, yet we took an aggressively proactive approach to revisit, to revise, and to redesign our strategies for the conventions. And as such, 2021 will be TSET's convention year. And we will definitely try very hard to strengthen Thailand as a preferred convention destination in Asia, while at the same time future-proofing ourselves within the changing landscape of the global conventions industry. And in order to sustain Thailand's position in the world's convention ranking, we of course need to reconfigure conventions ecosystem. That includes the incubation and the development of what we call bid agent. We believe that bid agents are one of the key ingredients adding up to our Thailand bidding team to solicit more bids and enhance higher winning chance for Thailand. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to ICA, who are not only our partner, but also my very dear friend, to jointly develop this bid agent program in Thailand and for Thailand. I also like to thank Tika and MICE Capabilities Development Department of TSET, who worked tirelessly with us towards the development journey of this bid agent program. Finally, I would like to once again thank all the instructors from the academic sector and our industry partners who spare your valuable time to be with us either on site or online. Please allow me to encourage you all to be persistent and stay connected throughout the two-day training, and please feel free to ask questions. You have all the gurus from the world to be with us, so that you are encouraged to share comments, to learn, and also listen to our speakers for the insight, for the intel, and the connections during all the sessions. I believe that by the end of the program, tomorrow, all bid agents will be well equipped with important skills, knowledge, and know-how to present Thailand at its best, and finally assist in proposing a very strong bid to win as many prominent conventions as we could for Thailand for the future to come. And I understand that there will be a lot more series of bid agent training courses or mentoring programs, and continuous supporting scheme will also be available for you and other future bid agents hereafter, including TSET's bidding fund to support and encourage our bid agents to plan and develop a successful bid for Thailand. So without further ado, I would like to pass it over back to Ajahn Tong and also Kunor to officially begin the second bid agent training. And I wish you all to have a very productive training and a very enjoyable hybrid learning experience. Thank you very much. สวัสดีค่ะ
Thank you very much, Kunichapa, for giving us a warm welcome, inspiration, and good wishes to accomplish the bid agent mission. As Kunichapa had mentioned, and you have seen on the screen, we have quite a number of speakers lining up for today and tomorrow's session, who are going to bring a lot of inside information, case studies, real examples of materials, successful stories, as well as lesson learned throughout our intensive 2 days training. Before we go with the rest of the program, please let me invite Kunor Ahmed Hamid, Regional Director, Asia Pacific International Congress and Convention Association, or ICA, to give us a heads up of what we have prepared for you, as well as what are some of the highlights topic and activities you will hear, learn, and engage during this session. Kunor, please do the honor.
Sawadee Krap to everyone in Thailand. Dijai Tidai Gerkuntong Ikrap. Long time that we have not seen each other since the first bid agent training. And also a big thanks to Kunichapa. Despite her busy schedule, she is with us today. I think so much has been an emphasis And so much has been said by Kun Nichapa and also our beautiful host on the location in Bangkok, that education is super important for all of us, especially during this challenging time. Kun Nichapa mentioned that things all over the world are not happening as what we could imagine. We imagine that we can travel freely all around the world. We imagine that we can meet friends face to face. We imagine that life is free and travel is borderless. But our imagination is wrong, simply wrong, because the world has just turned upside down. That is the reality today. And I think the opportunity that all of us have today, connect digitally and also on site, is very important for us to proceed. The concept of this second bit agent training, if I may stress, is very much on knowledge crowd sharing. We have heard the word of crowdsourcing, but I use a new word called crowd sharing here. This is what ICA, TSAP, and TICA is all about. We collaborate and we work together. And this is very unique because normally for ICA and TSAP, when we organize a bid agent training or any kind of training, we would have 2 to 3 speakers part of the faculty. Like Kun Nichapa mentioned, for the next 2 days, we're going to have 14 speakers coming from all over around the world. We have various topics that touch every important subjects that got relevant to the bidding exercise. And as most of you are aware, bidding is not an easy thing to do. It's a complex exercise, and no one bid is the same with another. We are very, very fortunate to have speakers coming from different time zones from all around the world. I put the number 16 here because 14 speakers, including me and Dr. Saranya. So you make it 16. 16 is a nice number, I think. The point that I want to stress to all of you that it's not just about the speaker. You as the audience are the participating speakers as well. We want you to be involved. We want you to be engaged. But also I want to let you know the background of why we have invited all the speakers for the next 2 days. One is we have a variety mix of some very mid-level officers in their respective organization to the highest level, which is executive director. We have a young officer, and we have even a retiree. We have men and women. So it's a huge combination, and a lot of them are what we call your competitors. But your competitors are not enemy, not like Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola, because at ICA, we believe that, especially when we are talking about the international association meetings, the meetings will rotate from one destination to another. There will be a year that you are competing with a few other destinations when you are bidding against them. But there are years that you are not competing directly with them. Therefore, they will not be your enemy. So the biggest question that I've been asking myself when we are preparing this program for exclusively for Thailand is that, why do you need this training? Why do you need this training? So I hope that you keep this question in your mind at all time for the next 2 days, because even for the presenters and speakers that coming on to be with all of us today and tomorrow, they have to figure out why actually they are being part of this. To me, I believe because this matters. What we are doing now is super important. Despite the challenges that we have, despite that the borders are closed, we have to continue to do what we do. This matters the most. At ICA, we believe shaping the future and the value of international association meeting is super important. That this is why we're going to have this narrative. This is why we are collaborating with TSAP and TICA to organize the second bid training. Last but not least, my heartfelt appreciation to all the speakers, to our host on site, Dr. Saranya, and in particular, all participants, whether you are coming online or on site in the hotel. We hope that you will engage, ask questions, take notes, because learning is fun, sharing is also learning. So on that note, back to you, Dr. Sarinya. We hope that we will have a great session coming one after another. Pokungkao.
Thank you very much, Kakunor, for giving us the preface to the Bit Agent Training Program. Before we start the session, please allow me to do a little bit of the housekeeping note for you. Just so you know, we will having Q&A session at the end of each session. If you are here on site, you can just come to the microphone to ask your question by yourself. หรือถ้าไม่สะดวกสามารถถามผ่านดิฉันได้นะคะอาจจะให้น้องสตาฟนำคำถามมาให้ค่ะ For online delegates, please feel free to send in the question through the Q&A box. Our admin team will pass it on to me and then I will ask on your behalf. Okay, it's about time to start our first session. May I take this opportunity to introduce our first two speakers on the session, Falling in Love with Research. The first one, Murakami Manami-san, Assistant Manager, MICE Department, Chiba Convention Bureau. And the second, Kun Komagan Gopatla Krishnan, Kun Komagan Gopatla Krishnan, researcher at Malaysia International Trade and Exhibition Center. Please join me in welcoming both of the speakers again. I believe Murakami-san will start the first. So Murakami-san, please do the honor. Thank you very much.
Okay, so good morning, everyone, and sawadika. I'd like to thank ICA team and ICA friends in Thailand for me the chance to speak here today. My name is Manami. I am Assistant Manager at Chiba Convention Bureau, MICE Department. I am in charge of international and domestic convention sales over 6 years. Actually, I'm not specialist or researcher. I understand how research is really important, but I could not secure much time before. But my life has completely changed to the COVID-19. It is really difficult time to meet clients face to face and attend trade shows, same as you. But on positive note, this situation provides me opportunity to spend much more time to do research and analyze association meetings. So today, I am going to share you how do I research usually and why research is so important for bidding. Before I proceed to my presentation, let me introduce what is Chiba. Chiba Convention Bureau and the Chiba Prefecture government. The man in the top right side picture is Chiba's governor. I have heard that he is still very famous and popular in Thailand. As Chiba Convention Bureau, we have experienced meeting industry over 30 years. Last year, CBENT named Chiba as top 25 meeting destination in Asia. Please have a look at the map on the left side. We are covering the green part in Japan. As you can see the map, Chiba is located just next to Tokyo, central Tokyo, but it's blessed with nature, with rich of ocean, greenery, and mild climate. When you landed in Narita International Airport, you can stop by one of the most famous temples in Japan. For convention area, actually it's central city in Chiba Prefecture, there is Makuhari Messe, one of the biggest convention center and most convenient convention center from the world. As you may be already aware from the map, Makuhari Messe is located midway from the national airport, two major airports, Narita and Haneda. It takes just 30 minutes from Narita airport to convention center, and also from Haneda to convention center, it takes just 40 minutes by direct shuttle bus. And there are 6 hotels surrounding convention center, and it's all walking distance. The other side of Chiba Prefecture area, actually it's home of Tokyo Disney Resort. It's not in Tokyo, it's in Chiba. If you go to southern part of Chiba, you can enjoy hot spring and fresh food, especially seafood. So let's start with read source. There are a lot of ways to do research for association meeting, and it takes amount of effort, as you know. Adding the fact that it is not easy to get reliable and latest information on the internet. For me, ICA database serves as trusted information source. ICA is most reliable source of information. We, Chiba Convention Bureau, use ICA database to look for, of course, general information and about the meeting and organization, and also try to find potential risks and try to find RFPs. Also, we usually actively participate in ICA Business Exchange to get real information from ICA friends worldwide and find out if they are a potential target. At Chiba Convention Bureau, we have own database. And also Japan Convention Bureau is making database, especially domestic meetings. Japan Convention Bureau updates this information every year, and each city's Convention Bureau can access it with fee. Of course, I do use web research and get lead from trade show and business network. So what specific items to do research as usual? Before contacting any clients, I make sure to check the ICA database and our database first and understand their requirements, so I can respond them to appropriately. Do not ask information which you will know it when you do research. These items are specific items to do research usually. For example, event details, what kind of type, how many people are going to attend, frequency, next open year and date, and venue and accommodation requirements. And I have heard that this session is focusing on bidding. Before bidding, I always research key criteria for bidding. For example, time frame, critical dates, submission deadlines for bid paper, and inspection date and decision date. And also client profile. Is he or she a decision maker or organizer or PCO? And also, the most important thing is event objectives and missions. You can search from the website and of course also ICA database as well. And if I have plenty of time to do research, I also research these things. One, previous experience visiting to Japan or Chiba. And second, attendee profile. Third, structure of event management, like does it use local PCO or core PCO? And next, support provided by previous host destinations. For example, the Destinations Convention Bureau support as a subvention, or do they provide volunteer free of charge, something like that. So moving to the next part, I would like to share Chiba Convention Bureau activity for lead research. For number one, actually each sales staff to to do research individually, including information upgrade on their own lead. There is no research specialist at our bureau. For filter process, we have meeting with other sales staff every 2 weeks. After filtering the leads, we distribute to each sales staff for further. Second one, making use of own database. There are over 10,000 leads information and contact information in our database. We can access it anywhere you have internet, so it is very useful when I travel to trade shows like IMEX, IMEX America, IBTM. And third one, keeping target list and finalization of target list. After determining of the lead possibility, a person in charge will be designated. The person in charge to do necessary and relevant approach to association. So, how do we choose potential lead? Okay, next slide. So, how do we choose potential lead and target lead? In Chiba, there are top-class academic research institutes and universities. We are aiming to host association meeting related to our regional industry. For example, Chiba has National Institute of Radiology Science, DNA Research Institute, and world-class universities are focusing on medical treatment, iodine, drone, and robotics. Surprisingly, Japan is the world's second largest producer of iodine, making up about 40% of the global iodine production, and about 80% of the country's iodine output comes from Chiba Prefecture, our destination. By engaging with institutions and universities research, we get connection and cooperation with a specific field, so that we can be able to connect them to international counterparts for more engaging exchanges. By doing so, we only have not just the internationalization of local business and industry. It also provides a chance for growth and development of particular research. And of course, by bringing conventions and meetings in destination in Thailand, we help the economy as a whole, as you know. So just to round the talk off, I think the most important first step is to do research. If you do research, you can understand what association clients is aiming and objecting deeply. And you can get key fact between association and destination local industry and local professor and so on. By doing so, of course, the possibility of between is going to be higher. But it's more, business and industry are going to expand, and your destination can get more connections for further advancement. I think research may be just the first step, but this first step can bring you to a greater outcome, not just for yourself, not just for your organization, but to industry and world economy as a whole. So it is time to use ICCA database on research. You will gain reliable information to start with. I hope my presentation will help your works in future. I look forward to seeing all of you face to face soon. Thank you very much. 고픈까.
Thank you, Minami-san, for handing over the session to me. A very good morning to everyone. I'm Gomagan from MyTech, a venue in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. We are the largest exhibition center. For more information, visit our website to know more about our center. Not to delay further, let me share my screen now. Today, I would like to share my experience in bidding for International Association meeting and my journey as a researcher. First and foremost, we must bid for the right. You must bid for right meeting by aligning our country goals. For instance, in Malaysia, we are focused on Industry 4.0, where we like to transform the manufacturing sector in next 10 years to digitalization and automation. There are a few areas that you have to look into. First, you have to select a meeting which aligns with your country goals by using ICA database, search under new search tab, and RFPs tab under the lead. Also, you can search for meetings for the focus sectors. For instance, in Malaysia, we are focusing on these 5 key sectors. This helps you to widen up your search for the right bids. Subvention is another key element. It's a financial support from the government. Usually, government will allocate some funds to spread word of mouth about their targeted sectors through conventions and also expos. It's important for you to get subvention from government to cover certain expenses such as hall rental or F&B. The next key element will be development of the targeted industry at your country, which is a reason for you to bid for a meeting, to improvise your existing infrastructure, technology, and extra. Do remember, size does matter. It touches on the ability to accommodate the delegates at your city, whether during normal time or difficult times like now. Another aspect that you have to look into is selecting the call for bid by checking on the deadlines to submit your interest to host the meeting. This is important because you need sufficient time to discuss and prepare necessary documents from all relevant parties. My dearest audition, we should understand that the importance of strong relationship with local association to bid for international association meeting. First, we have to learn about the local association's governance, which touches on the financial strength, their bylaws, membership coverage throughout the nation, and also the inside politics. I've said that size does matter earlier. Bidding for international association meetings requires strong venue partners, where the venue will host the local association for fam trips to familiarize with the spaces and as well equipments as well what the center can offer for large conferences in future. In relation to this, the local association usually will be invited to attend as a speaker or guest speaker for expo or conference related to the subject matter. Eventually, this will create opportunity to host the national congress. Usually will be in the large size and requires a big space. For instance, in our center, we are hosting the orthopedic congress next year. The success of National Congress usually boosts the confidence of local association to bid for regional and international association meetings. To bid for international association meetings, active participation of local association in World Congress is very important. You must understand that associations normally have a limited budget to travel. So it will be great if you can support financially for the local association to participate in the World Congress. Last but not least, providing a secretarial service for local association during their AGMs or coordination meeting to bid for international association meeting creates a good rapport with them. Moving to next key important partners in bidding for international association meeting, which will be the CVB, or also known as Convention Bureau. It's important to forge partnership with CVBs. This is because most of the international bid come from national level. Now the local association, CVB, venue provider, PCOs, and other service providers need to work hand in hand to produce a strong bid as one nation. Remember that association meeting is a future business, not just a typical daily business. Hence, there are common 18 stages. So these 18 stages you can find in ICA bidding guidelines. If your bid are shortlisted as one of the potential destination, it's important to participate in the bid presentation together with the CVB, because the international association consider the depth of commitment, passion, empathy in line with the association's internal objective by not minding the financial or logistic disadvantages of your destination. Coming to the main objective of hosting an international association meeting is the legacy. Legacy is the positive impact or outcome from hosting an international association meeting, which benefits the local economy, enhance the local community. For this, I would like to share a case study where I will relate to ICA Congress in Kuching, where it impacted economically 322 million, and it also enhanced the development of local community through a CSR project where each of ICA Congress delegate donate a book to the local rural community, which eventually made to their libraries and community hall in rural Sarawak. This is one of Sarawak government's effort to use meetings and convention to leave legacy for its local communities. Next, I would like to share my journey as a researcher. I started out my career as a researcher with ICA, which given me an opportunity to work together with CVBs, venue, service provider, PCOs from many countries, which I never experienced elsewhere. ICA also gave me experience to explore in trade shows, business workshop, and as well delegate for their famous marketing program known as RSMP. This experience gave me self-confidence that research is the foundation of all meeting industry. I will say information is a wealth. As time goes on, I've received an opportunity to work with the largest venue in Malaysia, MITEC, in 2018. Proud to say MITEC is an ICA member venue, and I also happy that I've been a researcher of the month for the month of April 2018, which is 4 months after joining the organization. I would like to say the research is fun when you are inquisitive to learn new subjects, new industry, new sectors, and also when you're passionate to bring your conference to your destination by tagging along with the national bidding team, which comprises of the CVB, PCO, and also the venue as the team. You also have to do further research on your lost bids to improvise your bid strategy, know what's the insights that the International Association looking for. This is important so that you can improvise your bid in future and as well submit a strong bid to ensure to bring the meeting that you like to bring to your city. Last but not least, I will thank No for giving me an opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ka. Thank you very much, Murakami-san from Chiba Convention Bureau and Kun Gomagan from Malaysia International Trade and Exhibition Center for making us fall in love with research and know how to scrutinize the RFP and important information about the bid. Now we are going to the Q&A section. So do we have any question from the floor? Anyone,ไหมคะ? Please come to the microphone เลยนะคะ Okay, I have some question from online. To Murakami-san, web research may not be a trust source. How do you ensure that all information receiving from web research is useful and trust?
Thank you for your question. I understand the reliable information. It is difficult. It's not easy to find out, so I always check ICCA database. I think this is most reliable information.
I see. Okay, so the answer นะคะ search from ICCA source that would be most reliable and useful information. Next one is the question from Kun Pankaj to Murakami-san as well. What is one USP that you can highlight of Chiba to be international convention platform?
Could you say it again?
Okay. What is one unique selling point that you can highlight of Chiba as to be the international convention platform?
Okay, I understand. I think Chiba is most convenient destination. According to my presentation, I told you Chiba is located just central and midway from national airport like Haneda and Narita Airport. So it is not stressful when you landed from overseas. You can just take a bus from airport to convention area. And you can go to hotel, you can get a sleep. So very convenient destination. So I think this is unique selling point.
Okay, and there's a lot of fun things to do around Chiba as well. Been there many times. On a note, my boyfriend is there. So I miss it. Anyway, Kun Toby นะคะ ask through the online to to both of the speakers. What are the important points in building our relations with local associations?
Manami-san, maybe you'd like to go first?
Komakan-san, you can go first. I'm thinking.
Me, I would say that we should build a confidence that local association can come forward to organize national level at first a congress for their local participants before they head for regional or international. you must understand that these people are not a person who always come out and what they go to socialize in terms of having events and so on. So what we have to do is we must guide them from the beginning the importance of having these conferences at your city or country, how it will impact them and as well the nation. So that's what I will say that first is to build the confidence among them. Thank you.
Okay, Murakami-san, would you like to add something?
Komaga-san have already told very useful information to all of you guys, but I left some tips like for in local industry and local business. If the international convention is coming to your destination, you can collaborate with locally and internationally. That is important thing, I think.
Okay, next question is to Gomagan, Mr. Gomagan. Apart from partnership with CVB, who else associations should partner with to develop a successful bid?
Okay, you can develop a relationship with a well-known PCO or local PCO who have been handling what they call regional and also international meetings in the past, because they will have experience in terms of bidding and also in terms of handling all the logistics pertaining to the conference. So it's important to build a relationship with PCO, where PCO can influence the regional or the international association to have events at your venue or city. That would be my point to say here. Thank you.
Okay, so that's all the question for this session. Arigatou gozaimashita, Murakami-san, and thank you very much, Kun Gomagan.
Thank you.
Before we have...
Dr. Sarina?
Yes.
Just a quick one. I just want to make a special mention that, the reason why we invited both Manami-san and Gomagan to be involved in this first session today. In fact, I think this is their first presentation online. These are the people behind the scene that do research. And as you have seen in their presentation, Chiba is specifically looking at radiology, DNA, iodine, drone technology and robotics. So they are very specific in their research based on the locality of their destination, which is also has a Disneyland, Tokyo, which is in Chiba actually. And I think Gomagan mentioned about how they connect their country's goal with digitalization and also the automation. But for the audience who are following us, both of them are actually being chosen today because they are both have won the ICA Global Best Researcher. In particular, Manami, she just won it last month. So congratulations to you. And when they did the presentation, they are very technical because they are the people behind the scene doing the data crunching. So I hope that the presentation that they have done gave a lot of ideas to the attendees both on site and online. Thank you, Dr. Sarina.
Okay, everyone, please join me to give a round of applause for both of the speakers once again. Okay, before we have a coffee break for half an hour and we will resume our session at 11 a.m., allow me to make a quick note for all participants. We would like to share pre-reading materials with you for this afternoon session on the bid book. You may scan the QR code to access the materials, which are the real bid book and RFP of 2 conferences, generously shared by our speaker from Leipzig Congress Center. For online participants, you can either scan the QR code on the screen or click on the link sent to you in the chat box by our admin team. And thank you very much. See you in a little bit. Allow me to speak in Thai สำหรับท่านที่อยู่ on site นะคะ Coffee Break Station อยู่ที่ด้านหน้าห้องแล้วท่านมีเวลาพักทานเบรกเข้าห้องน้ำทำธุระส่วนตัวประมาณ30นาทีนะคะแล้วเดี๋ยวเรากลับมาที่เซสชั่นกันตอน 11 โมงค่ะ See you soon ค่ะ Welcome back, everyone, to the bid agent training. Next session is titled Competitive Analysis in Bidding, which will be a panel discussion featuring 3 distinguished panelists and our Family Affairs, Kunor, as a moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Saranya, and to all the participants, welcome back, especially those who just had a very wonderful coffee break. I heard it was good, so virtually we will not be able to join you. Anyway, coming back to the session, we have an interesting and great speakers. But before I bring them on the screen, I just like to make a quick introduction and a bit of a concept why these 3 speakers, esteemed speakers, being invited for this particular session. They all have great experience in the industry and fantastic stories to share with us as well. The first speaker is from Japan, a dear friend of mine, Keiko Nishimoto. She just been conferred with her doctorate recently from the Kyoto University, a graduate school of management in Japan. He has a vast experience as a PCO and also now is still a senior researcher with the Kyoto University. So when she comes on the screen later on, I want you to think of this particular question because I want to ask her, Kyoto University is one of the most prestigious universities in the world, which has how many Nobel laureates, Nobel Prize winner? So that's a question that I have for all of you. And this is a scene of the beautiful spring at the Kyoto University. So this is the place that have broad knowledge, academia, research, all together in one spot. So that is Dr. Keiko Nishimoto. Our second speaker is a dear friend. I always call her my sister. I saw she growing up from a very junior position, and now she's already the vice president of the Hangzhou International Expo Center. And the reason why I would like to have her in this session is not only she comes from the beautiful city of Hangzhou, but more importantly, she represents these huge facilities which is owned by a state-owned company called North Star, China North Star. And as you can see, I've been into this venue, has hosted many prestigious events, including the G20. Not many convention centers would have a garden on top of the roof of the venue. And my question to her, and hope that you will remember this, is that there is one tree in particular that was planted by the President of China on top of this. So my question would be, how old is the tree that been planted on that shilling? The third speaker is not the guy that is trying to climb the train, but this is a movie called Train to Busan. I'm sure some of you in Thailand are very familiar with this famous train. But Train to Busan movie, the train never reached Busan. So how it is Train Busan connected with our speaker, Frank Yang, who has not only been conferred with prestigious title in the industry as a CMP, PMP, and CEM, but he also represents Kintex, the largest venue in South Korea. When we talk large, this is how it looks like during the Winter Sonata. My question to him later, is he one of the actors in the Train to Busan movie? So on that note, we're going to talk about the competitive analysis in bidding. I hope we can bring our speakers on screen now. And please remember, for all of you audience, you can interrupt us anytime if you have a burning question, because it's not just my questioning to them, but for you to also join in the conversation. So welcome, Dr. Keiko, Doris, and Frank. How are all of you doing?
Great. Thank you.
Okay, so Doris, you good to see you back after your long holiday with the Mid-Autumn Festival. So how was the holiday?
It was great. We traveled to some cities to see the beautiful, autumn scenes right now in China. It's the most comfortable season right now.
Great. So early on, I showed the photograph of your venue, and I told the audience that there is a tree that being planted by the president. How old is that particular tree?
So right now, for the answer time, that pine tree is more than 100 years.
Wow.
So it's being moved from another location on top
Yeah.
your building. So your job is also to take care of the tree to make sure they're still
Yeah.
growing and growing. So that's good. So Keiko-san, so how
Yes.
many Nobel laureate winners are there in Japan, and also how many are there coming from the Kyoto University?
Yes, in the past, there are 27 Nobel laureates in Japan, and out of 7 of them are from Kyoto University.
7 of them from Kyoto University.
Yes.
So
So
I
we
hope,
are the research university.
yes. So, obviously when you are a research university, this is the huge potential because you are expert in a lot of field. So thank you, Dr. Keiko, for joining us despite your busy schedule. Frank,
Thank you.
you've been very, very busy with a lot of movies going on in Korea. So are you actually one of the actor in the Train to Busan?
Well, I wish, but
You wish.
I haven't watched that movie, so it doesn't have any relation with me.
Yeah, strangely, that Train to Busan is so popular overseas, but not so popular in Korea. But it has a relationship to you because your wife come from Busan.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Okay, great. So that's just the icebreaker. So now I'm going to dive straight into the topic that we have this morning: competitive analysis in bidding. Before I go into that, maybe I can start with Dr. Keiko. If you can tell the audience, how many times have you been involved directly or indirectly in the bidding process for an international association meeting, so that we have some idea?
Okay. Well, this is just a small introduction of myself, but I have been working as a professional meeting planner for 20 years in PCOs in Japan. So during that career, I involved in a international association meeting bidding directly for maybe 20 cases, and also indirectly more than 100, including the Tokyo Olympic Games.
Wow. So how about Frank?
Yeah. I can't remember the number, but I work with local CVB and national tourism organizations. So if I make the total number, it will be at least 300 association meetings.
Wow, 300 association meeting alone.
Yes.
But you also involved at one point of time doing exhibition.
Yes, I'm organizing exhibition too.
Wow, so a huge responsibility. So 300. So Keiko, you said 20 in total, or?
Directly 20, but indirectly more than 100. And mainly for association international meeting, not the exhibition.
Wow. Great. How about you, Doris?
Well, for me, I calculated very carefully from 2009, since I, joined the very first international meetings. It's about a medical one. Directly is about 30 times.
30 times.
Yeah. For indirectly, actually, I cannot remember.
So there must be more, yeah.
Maybe 50 or some.
Yeah. Obviously, I think just to a clarification for the audience, especially in China, when we talk about bidding, it might be a bit different because sometimes the bidding process has been done by the association and then by the umbrella association when they won, and then they will start working the venues. So, the process is a bit different from the rest of part of the world. So another just question about numbers here. What would be the percentage of you winning or losing? Please, Doris, if you don't mind sharing.
Yeah, I'll be the first one.
Yeah.
Actually, we've done very well since I worked firstly in Beijing for the China National Convention Center. So, Beijing is the capital city of China. That's why they held the majority of international association meetings. For us, I would like to see 70% are winning versus
70%. Wow. 70%. Wow. So how about Frank? I'm putting you in the middle between the two ladies.
Yeah. Well, we don't have high percentage of winning bids because our Goyang city, where we located in, is secondary city and not popular as much as Seoul. And we still need to develop more hotels and tourist attractions. So I would say less than 50%.
Less than 50%.
Very, very low percentage. So
Okay,
we
good.
fail a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure that some of the audience are familiar with your venue, which is not really in Seoul, so it's quite near to the airport. So, a lot of time people might not want to take that because, they want to really go to the city center, which is Seoul. But I think you're still doing well with that, below 50%. How about Kiko-san?
Yes, during my career as a PCO, it depends on the parameter I took, but it's about 60 to 70%.
Wow.
But we don't take these percentage as a KPI because when we try to bid for as much as cases, then the percentage will be low. So it shows that PCO will be aggressive. So we don't think high percentage is nice.
So, when you are competing in a bid, especially when the destination has been shortlisted, that is where the whole bidding process go up to a next level and you become very tense, destination who used to be your friends, venue supposed to be your colleagues, now become your competitor because, it means a lot for the destination to win. So, which destination in Asia, if we can just focus in Asia, has been one of the most competitive destination for you in your career?
Okay, may I start?
Please.
Yes, in the past, Singapore is the most competitive city, but after that, Korea and Taiwan became the second strongest. And I believe in future, China will be a most strongest competitor because of its size and power, especially funding power. So how about you, Frank?
Well, I think, I agree with you, but I still think the Thailand and Singapore are most competitive destination. Thailand has not only beautiful nature, historical heritage, but also world-class venues and rapidly developing economy and high-tech industry. Based on my experience attending UFI Congress last year in Bangkok, I was truly amazed and impressed by TSEP's dedication because they made wonderful and beautiful, attractive social and networking programs. So I was really, really impressed by what they made for delegates.
Yeah, I agree with Kyoko and Frank. Actually, Singapore is always the most competitive, destination in the international conference and the meetings, because they do have a very full system to support all the international, organizations to having meetings in their city. Apart from that, Thailand is really a great choice because right now they are very aggressive in China. So lots of business, lots of, association meetings are looking for that destination.
When you talk about medical conferences, for example, where we all know other than Japan, maybe also countries like Taiwan, which is always on the top, in China. Do you see India? I'm just taking you out a bit of the perimeter. Do you think India is one of the stronghold for medical conferences because there's so many doctors there?
Yeah, in future, it would be the strongest, one of the strongest destination.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to ask another, I'm getting closer and closer and more difficult. I hope I don't put you in a very uncomfortable situation. The next question that I have for all the three of you is that in your experience bidding, you mentioned that, the percentage of you winning and losing. Have you ever confronted or compete directly with Thailand before? And how was that experience? Doris?
No, not actually. No, I cannot give my experience for that, but I think that's the fortunate thing for us. We don't need to compete with Thailand.
You never had experience competing with Thailand?
No, not actually right now.
Oh, great. How about you, Frank?
Well, I have competed with Thailand so many times, and we lose far more than we win.
Oh, okay.
So sometimes I just let Thailand win, and after the term, yeah, we are waiting for the next term. Yeah, so sometimes that's more comfortable for us because Thailand is very competitive.
So you want. So it's a very good strategy. You let Thailand win so that you can attend the Congress in Thailand and enjoy yourself. Good. How about you, Keiko-san?
Yes, same as Doris. I have never competed with Thailand before, so I think I am very lucky.
Wow. Because that two question that I've asked you about which destination are most competitive, and then have you compete with Thailand directly? So actually, it's very related in the sense that if your answer is Singapore, Taiwan, and other country, Korea, for example, or China, are your competitive destination, that means you are not really competing with Thailand in a lot of cases, only maybe except for Frank. So, but Frank, coming back to you, in a couple of occasions that you would remember, why actually Thailand managed to beat you? I mean, you have a fantastic location, good Korean food, K-pop, but why do you lose to Thailand?
I think our destination, not Seoul, our Goyang city, is not attractive as much as Thailand. The Bangkok, like the big city like Bangkok.
Yeah, so it's not a major city, so you always have that disadvantage. Okay, great. Sorry to put all the speakers in a very uncomfortable position, but I think that set the parameter of what we're going to discuss about the competitive analysis. So maybe in 3 points, if you can share with the audience, what are the competitive analysis that you normally do when you are doing bidding? Anyone can start.
Yes, we do every possible analysis, including competitors' venues, hotels, tourist attraction, and everything. But we try to more focus on 2 things. First, the value we can provide for the objectives of the association and conference. For example, I have experienced that there was one association related to telecommunication industry. Sponsorship from the local company was a very important factor in deciding the destination for them. So that we did, what we did was we used all our capability to find and introduce key person to them so that they can easily attract sponsorship. And the second one is that very unique and special experience only you can offer that others cannot. Something like DMZ, we have a demilitarized zone, which is the border area between South and North Korea. For this kind of reason, we have held various international events on peace and human rights.
Wow. So how does that analysis help you in your bidding or change your strategy?
Well, because you can find better way to satisfy your customers' needs, and you can give them unique experience that your competitor cannot offer. So they are quite, giving us a good score in that field.
And another question still to Frank. When we talk about the bidding process, first you put in the request for proposal, and then you prepare your bid document and you submit your proposal to the association. Normally, once you are shortlisted, there will be a time frame whereby the association will come and do site inspection before you do your final presentation. So do you actually do competitiveness analysis before you produce the bid proposal and before the final presentation? Because when you are shortlisted, the game is being up.
Well, we use the ICA database, and then we find a candidate city who can approach to that association. So we definitely do the competitors analysis before we apply for the bid.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah.
Ladies, who would like to go first?
I can go first.
Please, Doris.
I can, just know that in the very first, Chinese associations are a little bit different. And Chinese, in China, international association meetings are a little bit different. We do have umbrella associations. So that's very important in bidding process for our venues. For us, we do have very, right now have a detailed competitive analysis. There are two kinds. The first one is about past destinations. So we'll see how the past destination do. We learn from their lessons, and also we do learn from their experience. And also we do for the analysis for other bidding destinations. Different from Kintex, as Frank said, we would like to see the key persons are always the most important thing for us. Key person in the bidding destinations, and also the key person in the umbrella association in China. And then we will do potential market. Right now, I think why lots of international association meetings coming to China, because we do have a very huge potential market for membership and also for the business, for the industry. So that's very important for us to do this analysis. Apart from these two sides, we also do the subvention and also fund, as Kyoko also mentioned, for China. We do have lots of, subventions to some extent. And then we will also do the city environment and academic power to see how we can do, how we can compare with other destinations.
Wow. Can I just add on one question, Doris?
Yes.
You mentioned about subvention, and I think the audience would largely agree with me if we can make an assumption that when we say China is an economic powerhouse. So when you go out and bid, you have a huge funding behind you. Is that the correct assumption?
Well, I would like to some extent it is correct, but the things are changing. I still remember, I would like to say before 2000, the year of 2000, subvention will always very huge for every international association meeting. But things are changing, and especially after 2010, the years of 2010. Right now, because lots of Chinese associations are willing to, to bid for international association meetings. But as right now, the Chinese government are doing some reforms, so they will not give a lot of funding to these associations like before. They have to find their own, we call fund, or they have to find their own ways, we call it business ways to get their funding. So things are changing, but for those very big associations in China, they still have government funding. Okay. But for lots of medium-sized associations, as small-sized Chinese associations, well, they have to find their own ways. Yeah. So it's really a big, business opportunity for all the Asia Pacific and international PCOs coming to China to help them to do the different things.
So that means the funding provided by the government or major sponsors in China are not like before, but really depend on the business case of the kind of conferences that you're trying to bid. Very quickly, Doris, I still wanted to touch that topic that we talked about, because I think the audience are not quite familiar. For example, like in Thailand and other parts of Asia, if I'm an academia or I'm a member of a national association, so we have a national association of ABC, and as a member, I can run for the board or the position in the association. And eventually, if I want to bid for international conference, I will start working with the international body. You mentioned about the umbrella association. Maybe in a short period of time, like 3 minutes, can you give us some idea what is umbrella association? I know it's a long topic if you talk about umbrella association. And secondly, how can Thai association work with the Chinese association, because you have a huge membership?
Well, just as Noel said, actually, usually for the umbrella association, we call it Chinese Medical Association, and also we have CAST, which is the Chinese Academy for Science and Technology. These two are the huge association regarding to the international association conferences. Well, usually actually they have national level for this association, and then they have provincial and the city level association. So that's why we call them umbrella association. They have a very strong structure. Before actually they are part of the government. Right now, right now we call it associations. So they are sometimes, you know, to some extent independent. But they do have very close relationship with, for example, the Ministry of Education or Ministry of Technology. So in this, because of this kind of organization, and we have and the structure, usually all the board members of the International Association in China, they are definitely board members of these Chinese associations. So very simply, they have to persuade the key persons in the Chinese associations to bid for the international meetings.
So how many associations are there in China? Because you have 1.4 billion population.
Wow, for the associations, if you see them at the website of Ministry of Affairs, National Affairs, you can see there are more than, wow, 80,000.
80,000 national
associations, different kinds of industry level, academic level, and even for some kind of very, you know, focused on very small field. So yeah, altogether, more than 80,000.
This is definitely very insightful. So Kieko, coming to you.
Yes, well, it was amazing to hear that there are more than 80,000 associations in China. In Japan, there are approximately 8,000 academic associations. And because I have been working as a PCO in Japan, I work very closely with the professional communities like doctors or industry professionals. So I think when we compete when we analyze the competitor, when we making a bid proposal, I think competitiveness, there are two divided into two sectors. One is professional community themselves, and one is a destination. So to analyze the competitiveness of destination, we compile the past bidding proposal from other destinations so that we can analyze how much funding they can support or what kind of travel attractions they can provide. And then when we analyze the professional community or association itself, then we always track data on an ICA database, which destination they chose. So in the past record, we can find the strategy of the association depends on which destination they chose. So that is a main analysis we do on a bidding proposal.
So you mentioned about the destination appeal. Every destination will say that we are beautiful, we have fantastic weather, we have good food, you have everything. But how do you actually do the analysis? How do you analyze when things are very subjective like that?
Well, the main thing is my specialty actually. So capability of facility. That is the first thing. And also the ease of access. And then travel attraction around the venue.
Okay, great. So Frank and Doris, do you have anything to add on that note on competitive analysis?
No.
No? Okay. Let me just check with Dr. Sarinya and the audience on site. Are there any burning questions or not? Because we have another 15 minutes. Am I getting any feedback from the on-site audience? or from the online audience, if there's any question.
There are some questions from the online channel. So we have Mr. Toby asking to both, to Kun Doris, because Kunor mentioned that the bidding process is quite different in China. So if Kun Doris could help elaborate on that.
Thank you, Toby. Well, what's going on with my video? Thank you very much, Toby, for your question. Well, yeah, actually, I still remember last December, I went to Penang to say something about the different bidding process in China. Actually, in China, it's different, but, you know, it's not very complicated. It's very simple. So fortunately, we do have the umbrella association. The thing that we usually do is to find a key person in this association. Then we will persuade them to, you know, to bid for one conference, for example. After that, this professor or the key person will, you know, collaborate the whole resource around him or her to do this whole research, and then saying, okay, I would like to do this bidding. Now, usually the venue or the CVB will help this key person to structure the whole process for the bidding document and when to do the bidding and all the billing thing. And then this key person will always to contact the international organization or the board members directly and then feedback to us. So we can always adjust the whole things because of this key person. That's different maybe from other countries. Usually we don't contact the international association board members directly, but we will do have, you know, a communication person. So this person is always very famous in the academic industry, but also actually they do also very famous in the convention and exhibition, you know, industry. So he or she will be a fantastic bridge for us to do the international bidding.
Mm-hmm. So Doris, just to add to that question, is it true that in China, when you talk about the umbrella association like CAS or China Medical Association or CCPIT, that they also as umbrella association provides the permit for you when you are doing the bidding? Is it true?
Well,
or approval?
Have to have, because you know, that's a long story, because in China the government do not allow the venue to do the bidding directly. That's the most important thing. So every international association meeting has to be approved by the association. That's why, you know, for the venues, we do a lot of persuasion work to the association to do the bidding.
Yeah. Okay.
And in recent years, you know, we do have a lot of, you know, ambassador program in Beijing and in Hangzhou and in Chongqing and in Sichuan, in different cities. So these ambassadors, they do a lot of work to spreading that in bidding for international association meetings can bring a lot to China. So that's why right now a lot of professors in China, we call a lot of key persons, are more and more are willing to bid for the international association meetings.
Great. So, Dr. Sarina, do we have any other question from the floor or online?
Yes, we do. I have I believe there are two following questions.
Sure.
So first question to everyone on the panel. How do you make your destination more competitive than other destinations when submitting the bid?
They shouldn't be telling you that that's a trade secret, but I'm sure that they will share anyway. Sorry. Anyone want to go? Frank or Kiko?
Yes, what like Doris said, the key person is very important. He plays a very important role in winning the bid. So we first what we do is finding a key person. If Korean member is not in a board member, so then we encourage them to the ambassador program. So what we did is cooperating with local CVBs and national tourism organizations to attract international events. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
I think
Challenge if
more
internet
is
connectivity.
person. Okay, let's come back. Okay, may I?
It's
Yes, as I have been working as a PCO, so I usually work with every destination in Japan. So some destinations are very strong and know their attractiveness, but some they don't. So we usually have some suggestion which to focus to promote the bid for the attractiveness of the destination. And in Japan, National Convention Bureau always work with those destinations to provide the education. So that's how we emphasize, how can I say, make more attractive those destinations.
how about you, Doris?
Well, things are different from Beijing and Hangzhou. I worked in Beijing for almost 10 years and coming to Hangzhou for almost 4 years. In Beijing, usually they focused on not the city because I do believe the international delegates are familiar with the Beijing. They focus on the academic things. So they will see how they can promote their academic and to win more membership. And they will also see how this Beijing academic person can influence the whole Chinese, academic persons can come into this international meeting. That's the most important thing. When I came to Hangzhou 4 years ago, things are becoming a little bit different. Maybe, lots of them know Hangzhou right now, but actually Hangzhou was known because it's, near to Shanghai. So here, I do appreciate all the work that Hangzhou Tourism Board, they have done for winning the international conferences. They promote Hangzhou as a city level. And then after that, in recent years, they work with all the academic universities, academic associations to see how Hangzhou can do, apart from academic things, but also they can do for the industry. Hangzhou is very famous for IT because of Alibaba, but they do have a lot of things to do with the industry. So right now they have combined the academic with the industry together to make sure always these international association meetings, apart from to have the conference, but also they can fund, appropriate project in Hangzhou, or maybe they can, set up a branch for the university for themselves. So that's the most the different focus.
Okay, following questions. As you mentioned that some of you compete with Thailand, and some of you feel that you're lucky that you did not compete with Thailand. So the question is, one second. From your opinion, what are the key areas that Thailand should focus or highlight to be competitive? Or when you compete with Thailand, what do you feel that's the very competitive against your bidding?
For me?
Yes.
Okay, I couldn't hear you. Well, when I competed with Thailand, Well, actually, the association and some company prefer Thailand because of the hotel's capability, and then you have a big convention centers and also very nice hotels, tourist attractions, and in terms of their business, Korea has a bigger economy, and also we have leading IT companies like Samsung and LG. So some associations, they come to learn from that companies and to learn our economy structure. So if I know the Thailand is a big, it has a big economy and it has a leading industries, but when it comes to business and in academic field, if you have more good companies and more leading companies and more good universities like Japan and China, then it will give you more chance to bring more association meetings, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. There are two more questions coming in. First one, from your experience, is subvention important and able to attract conference organizer when choosing the destination? So to anyone.
Wow, may I? Oh, sorry, Kyoko.
Okay, thank you. Well, as a PCO, I can say yes. If the destination has a big subvention, then it will be very strong. That's right. Very simple. Doris, how do you think?
Yes, I do agree with you because I worked very closely with one association in Beijing. They, bid for an international association meeting, which is lasted for 2 weeks. That's very impressive. They got very, very strong fund and subvention from the government and also from national associations. Wow, that's, a big advantage for them. So I have to say yes.
And I think it depends on the financial status of the association themselves, because if the association is rich enough, then they do not have to rely on the subvention, so they can choose the destination because of the travel attraction or professional community size. But if the association have to rely on a subvention, if they are not rich, then subvention has great power.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have about 1 minute left, so may I ask the last question from Kun Pankaj to Dr. Keiko. As you mentioned that your bidding is about 70% success. So what was the key in achieving that, and what advice you would like to have giving to Thailand?
Okay, thank you. On the certain associations which decide the destination within a board member. So it is much easier to win at the association which decides the destination only within the board member. Well, each country has a one bid type of association. It is very hard. So they often had a politic reason to choose a small destination, which has some certain negotiation internally. So the reason why we have a higher successful rate is because we focus on easier conventions.
All right, thank you for all the answers, and thank all panelists again. Everyone, please join me to give a round of applause for all the panelists.
Yes, thank you, Frank. Thank you, Keiko, and thank you, Doris, for joining us to share without any uncut scripts to share with all our Thailand delegates here. Back to you, Dr. Sarinya.
Okay, Kai, I will have to ask Kunor to stay put and continue to moderate the next session as well on collaborating with the local champion.
Yes,
So
thank you.
Please join me in welcoming Kun Ika Nasaruddin, Public Relations Manager, Pato Convex, Jakarta, Indonesia.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. And then the next person, Kun Myung Hee Won, Marketing Director, Daegu Convention and Visitors Bureau.
She will be right with us. She was there, but she left her space for a while. This is what happened in a virtual world.
Okay, so I would leave it to Kunor then. Please be our
Yes.
honorary moderator once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think back to the audience on site and also online, I think the synergy of what we have in terms of the conversation early this morning about the research as a foundation, and then we talk about the competitive analysis. Now we talk about how we actually need to work and collaborate with the local champion. So we have these two ladies with us. Hopefully that Myung Hee will join us shortly. But the reason why I've invited both Ibu Ika and also Myung Hee is because Ika is with one of the top PCO in Indonesia, based in Jakarta. And Ika, in terms of percentage, how many conferences actually you organize in Jakarta or Bali? I'm just trying to give some idea to the delegates here.
We are talking about the normal. We are talking about the normal situation where we usually organize 40 to 50 events in a year, and then 35% of those are from the association industry.
Right. And where does this meeting goes normally? Is it Bali or is it Jakarta?
Most of the international, we talk about international events, they're held in Bali because of
Bali.
the infrastructure and the leisure attractiveness of the island.
So for the understanding of the audience, how long you been with the meeting industry or with the PCO?
I think it's now it's already more than 10 years, Nora.
Oh, okay, great. So you have vast experience. So Myung Hee, thank you for joining us from Daegu. Can you tell us a bit about Daegu? Because I think some of the audience might know where Daegu is, but maybe some of them are not familiar with Daegu.
Yes, maybe this introduction of my city is already in my
your PowerPoint.
presentation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but they will not know much about Daegu. But Daegu is the fourth largest city in Korea, and but the Convention Bureau was the firstly established in Korea. So actually, I'm the first one staff of Convention Bureau in Korea.
Okay.
So it's my first time to make a presentation in ICA program. So I'm very honored, and I'm also very nervous. And I'm very, so I hope this is very helpful to our, ICA friends.
Okay, so thank you, Myung Hee, for appearing for the first time, because I know the reason why I chosen Myung Hee and also Ika is because they have been involved very deeply in the international association market. So let's start now. Can we have Ibu Ika to do your presentation first? You can share your PowerPoint and do your presentation.
Okay, all right.
Followed by Myung Hee.
Okay.
First of all, I would like to say on behalf of Pacto Convex, very much appreciate for the opportunity for us to be here at the virtual TSEP ICCA bid agent training. Thank you very much for including us. And then I hope that what I'm going to share with you today is more on our experience and our what we have done so far in terms of getting associations event, international association event to Indonesia. Again, thank you, Noor. And then I will share let me now share my screen. All right, okay. So, I'm sure you all agree with me that MICE is put a center stage in tourism outreach. Why is it in the center stage? Because MICE industry has added to the number of tourist arrivals, as well as it becomes a development of science or education that brings to the country. That's why our Ministry of Tourism is very much eager in giving us support, as well as encouraging us to bring more association events to Indonesia. And based on that, we join forces with the leading association to bring together international business meetings and events to the destination, in this case to Indonesia. What I say about business events is the association's meetings and events. Of course, we do not only, as a PCO, we do not only organize these association meetings and events, but we also organize meeting, incentive travel, corporate activities, trade conferences, and exhibition. But for this special program, we will concentrate on how to bring association meetings and events to Indonesia in collaboration with the association leaders. Some of the association's leaders, they're not aware the competitive destination of the country we have. They do not have the information that we do have the good accessibility, infrastructure, as well as integrated facilities to organize international business meetings in Indonesia. So we need to address this to the association that Indonesia, or in this case, the destination, has a wow factor to the participants so that they are willing to do more to bring or to collaborate with the meeting industry to bring the events to the destinations. What I see about association here that we collaborate is with the government association. In the government itself, there are many associations in there, and then professional associations, medical associations, academicians, scholars, scientists, organization or institution, and industry. These are all where the events are going around on a rotating period in a world or regional or even a small region like Asia, Asian. So association meetings and events that we're really looking to collaborate with the association is within the ASEAN, because ASEAN itself, it has 10 countries, and then Asia, Asia Pacific, world or global or international, with the number of participants from 300 to over 3,000 number of participants. So how we try to get to these events coming to Indonesia or to the destination? First of all, we do the research. Hopefully or thankfully, we're a member of ICA. So ICA Association database, we use that in order to get to know the potentials of international events coming to Indonesia or to the region. And then we add with the web-based information. We also get our business contacts. Sometimes we got the information from the venue, from the convention center, from the hotels, from the government officials also. So we get to know by research from a number of sources. So once we know that there's an opportunity of international associations meeting coming to Indonesia, we connect with the local association. We connect with the association chairperson or leaders, whether it is current or past leader, and then business leaders, and also senior medical practitioners, because Pakto Convex organize a number of international medical events. So we do contact with some professors or doctors, etc. Then after that, we go. So once we know that there is an opportunity and that the association is quite positive with it, then we get to get a support for the bid process. We contact the meeting industry with PCO, venue, hotel, whether they could give us some good packages to support the bid proposal. And we also go to the tourism ministry because we do have a convention bureau, but it's not yet fully active. So we still go to the tourism ministry in order to get support in terms of marketing support or promotional. Sometimes we talk to them in order to get support for the personal attendance of the chairman association to go for the bidding, as well as is there any opportunity for subvention, because we know that subvention sometimes could lead to more opportunity to win the bid other than the attractiveness of the destination itself. So when all these have fully integrated, then we go to the preparation of the bid proposal, and then on the administration process or the administration preparation, we will support the association, whereas the association, they know more about the strategy on how to win the bid by lobbying or by previous communication with the board of directors, something, because the association itself, the one that fully involved in the international scale of activities. Sometimes the bid wins, sometimes the bid lose. Of course, that's normal. But if it wins, then we go forward with the preparation. But if it is loose, we do not stop until that point. We will put it in our referral, whether there is another opportunity, maybe like 5 years from now or 10 years, because sometimes the event is biennial, annual, sometimes five years time. So we put that in our database. So how we attract the association in order to, make them aware that this events will bring profits to the association. So there are two options that we offer them, whether with the management fee. Of course, it's a professional fee where the PCO will be paid based on the overall scope of work. But we also have opportunity for association. If they are not yet fully funded, we could offer them with a pre-financing. Of course, if it is pre-financing, that we will do on a profit sharing. The percentage of the profit sharing will be decided on after the discussion, and then once it is decided, then we go to a formal agreement on this financing scheme. So after all has been like the financing area has been clear with the association, the PCO, we as a PCO, we have to do a lot of things to coming to the event hosting, from planning to the execution, from the tentative program, scientific and social, whereas the scientific area will be on the concentration of the association, whereas we will fully concentrate on the social program and the site survey, proposed budget. We do event marketing, and then we also, again, we go to the government to get their support, whether they could support us in terms of one of the social functions, such as cultural events or tours. This could add to the experience of the participants, so that the international participants can bring memory whenever they come to the destination. And of course, the objective of the MICE itself, it could change or alter the MICE traveler into tourist traveler. This is one of the objectives. And then potential media coverage, where we will try as much as possible to get this event covered by media, as well as putting the chairman of the association into the media exposure as the recognition for this effort. And then on-site management based on the on-site event management done by PCO based on the final program. and then financial and activity report, as well as the documentation. So if it is profit sharing, this is where we do distribution profit, or sometimes we usually try to get profit. That's why the budget is reviewed on a periodical basis. And then we do not stop after the end of the event. We still focus on the institutional relationship. We do communicate with the top level chairman, leader of the association. We build communication. We do communicate. We use communication channel, whether it is face-to-face or online. And then we also support their local events or national events. And then we also make full use again of the ICC, of the ICA Association database in order to get to know the upcoming association meeting coming to the region. And we are supported by good IT database driven system in order to support us in doing the long-term commitment with the association. I'll give you some of the portfolio of association event that we do. We do a medical in 2019 before the COVID coming. This is the last medical event that we organized, the Asia Pacific Academy of Pediatric Allergy. In fact, we become the core PCO of the Association of Pediatric. So we do a lot of internal events, national events, local events of the Indonesian Pediatric Society. And this is the 2018, we do tobacco health. And the World Ports Conference, we still communicate with the port corporations that owns this event. And until now, to get to know whether they have an opportunity of, because this is the world, probably there is a regional or the Asia level. And again, this is the pediatric. And we don't know that there is an association of world Chinese entrepreneurs. This is the one that we organized in 2015, where there are more 30 participants coming from overseas Chinese entrepreneurs coming from 30 countries. And this is the large International Commission of Large Dams, more the scientists of the participants. This is the Electrical Power Supply Conference. The World Geothermal Congress in 2010, where after this event, the Indonesian government really focused on the geothermal opportunity or exploration because of this event. So again, association events do not only result in bringing tourists coming to Indonesia, to the destination, but also it brings investment to the destination, as well as enhance the education. Like I said, we do not stop only the international one, because we have to build a relationship with the association. So we help them, like, for example, like today, where no physical event is rare coming to us. So we help them, or we support them in organizing the webinar series. And then again, with the Indonesian Pediatric Society, until now, we still continue communicating with them and also organizing some of their local events in Indonesia, whenever in Indonesia. Okay, I think that's my presentation. I have to close the presentation, then return it to Noor.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Ika. You know, you're the only Ika in the Ika, so you know, it's fantastic to have you. So, Myung Hee, are you ready to start? If you can share your screen and do your presentation first.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Myung-hee Kwon, Marketing Director of Daegu Convention and Visitors Bureau. I'm very happy to share my experience with my ICA friends, and I hope this can be of help for your work. My convention bureau is much focused on association market, so I will share how to contact our local champions like professors or association members. Firstly, I will introduce my city, Daegu. Okay, it's working. It makes me nervous again. Have you ever heard of my city, Daegu? Or have you ever visited my city, Daegu? You may hear of Seoul or Jeju or Busan, but not very often my city, Daegu. So where is my city? My city is the country's fourth largest city with home to 2.5 million people, and it has long been a center of technology, education, and culture. And Samsung started first business in Daegu. The Samsung Creative Campus was built in my city. There are many other global companies in this area as well. So my city is the hub of Korean industry. And also Daegu can be the center of education. It's traditionally and now there are 28 universities, 25 colleges, and almost 3,000 students and faculties. And with multiple UNESCO World Cultural Heritage Sites in Daegu, foreign participants can explore the essence of traditional Korean culture. As you heard so far, Daegu is considered as a pretty good convention city. But in fact, we hosted many prestigious conferences as well. However, there are so many local convention bureaus in well-known cities, such as Seoul or Jeju in Korea. Since 2003, 13 convention bureaus has been established so far. You cannot imagine how fierce the domestic competition is during the domestic bidding process. So our strategy is to avoid our domestic competition and have enough time to have relationship with clients like local champions. One of ways to avoid this competition is to find the potential conferences, qualified leads, as soon as possible before other competitors contact the clients. The important factors for qualified lead is timing. We can find some good conferences, which is going to come to my city. In addition, local society is also ready to be involved anyway. If not, we need to wait for them to be ready with a long-term perspective. We just won ICTAM 2024. Luo helped me through online bidding presentation last August, which I have contacted local champions once a year for about 13 years. It took 13 years to catch this chance to apply for this bidding without the domestic competition. It is about 4,000 delegates conference. It's a huge one. Most of all, we need to have strong why from the conference should come to my city in terms of convention facilities, industries, supports, and so on. On the other hand, the strong why from my city point of view is needed because city government or local companies can be strong supporters when their demands meet. This can be very strong proposal to clients. After all, is there a local championship? Is very, very important, which is the most important thing to attract and organize conference. For me, local champion is everything. Strong local champion can cover candidate city's weakness, actually. Contrary, even though we have a strong why for the conference, if we do not have the local champion or we do not win champion's heart, it's hard to win the conference. The strong local champion can be strong why itself. Know the local champion as much as we can. First of all, we need to know who the local champion is personally. Is she or he social? Does he or she has strong national and international network? How is the person's personality? According to his or her personality or background, career, education, achievement, we need to approach them with different proposal. We need to research them, the clients, as much as we research the conference we want to attract. Before we contact them, we need to understand their two biggest worries: excessive extracurricular work, financial risk. I found so many clients who worry about the work burden. It's very natural that they can think that way, because convention is my whole job, but for the clients, it's not, it's just the extracurricular job. Therefore, we have to offload their work. In fact, no matter how much we support, there is a lot of work for the local champions to do. But you have to reassure your clients. The way is education. You need to educate them what CBBs and PCOs can do for them for attracting and operating conferences. Local champion is, professional in their own field, but not in our convention field. So we need to lead them wisely. Financial burden is huge for them. As you know, societies and associations are non-profit organizations, which means there are not enough money. I met many clients who worry about the bankruptcy or may spend their own money. It is also very natural they think that way as well. In order to relieve their worries, we can suggest a strong financial support. To make this possible, we need to find a conference which suits the civil policies and our industries. Secondly, we can connect conferences with related local exhibitions so that they can collaborate and get help on a budget. Third, we can set up some kind of meetings with clients and high-level persons to instill confidence in supporting the event. So you need to show the budget plan for the first meeting. If a client has these two worries, like financial burden and work burden in their mind, we cannot take even only one step. Relationship building is always important. You don't expect big things from the start. When you meet clients for the first time, if you are lucky, you will have a chance to join the bidding process. But most of the time, we need to wait. But not just wait, you need to build a relationship with them through ambassador programs, breakfast meetings, and local champion workshops, and so on. You can have a close relationship with the committee members of local exhibitions or local conferences, which you already have formed. I share my experience. Case number 1, relationship building, energy field. We hosted the first World Solar Cities Congress in 2004, which was hosted by Daegu City government. At that time, renewable energy industry was just emerging, so we can make some related field council members across the country, including experts, businessmen, and policymakers like that. After the Congress, we launched the Green Energy Expo. It is held annually since 2004. And we make the same council members who were the council members of World Solar Cities Congress. So we have the same, how can I say, we contact the committee members continuously after Congress. And due to these council members, we could attract so many renowned conferences in the energy field, such as IAEE World Energy Congress, IAEE International Congress, World Energy Congress, Solar Paces Congress, World Gas Conference. So we nowadays, Daegu is not that well known compared to Seoul, but many people in the energy field, in global business, they know where Daegu is, what Daegu is, what the Daegu's policy, energy policy like that. And World Energy Congress 2013 is well-known conference with about 6,000 delegates, such as policymakers, global energy industry businessmen, and experts from all around the world. And there were very fierce, this is very prestigious energy field congress, so the domestic competition was really fierce. And now, at that time, we found the local champions comes from my city. Hometown is my city, and his business was started from my city. So we knew that, so we made a kind of a high-level meeting with the local champion and the mayor. So our mayor make him confident how sincere Daegu City wants to attract the Congress, and how hard we try to attract the Congress against the strong other candidates. At that time, the one of cities, foreign cities, tried third time. So it was, the international competition was also very hard. So we tried to make him confident that Daegu can win the Congress. And judging committee for the national candidate city were very worried about whether Daegu can do that, because all host cities of the World Energy Congress were capital cities. However, the local champion, that is Mr. Kim, was persuade those judging committee members how sincere and how competent Daegu City were on behalf of Daegu City. So after that, we won the Congress. So we got to know that higher level persons meeting can be sometimes very effective when it comes to policy meeting. And the third case, ISE's World Solar Congress and Solar Paces Conference. This is different case of the previous case. This local champion is based in other cities in Korea, not in my city, and was appointed as an ambassador in that city. However, he was not fond of meeting high-level people with formal talk. He doesn't very, kind of person. So therefore, we appointed him as the chair of executive committee for the Green Energy Expo, which is hosted by Daegu City annually. So therefore, he wanted to make this expo activated and internationalized. And so it was very easy to ask him to attract international conference, which he was involved in, because he is the chair, even though he is not our ambassador. So he attracted 2 prestigious international conferences into my city. And number 4, SIGGRAPH Asia is the largest computer graphics conference and exhibition in Asia, hosted by the ACM, SIGGRAPH. It has about 10,000 delegates and huge animation festival and pitching competition program, and it's getting larger and larger, this kind of digital transformation period. It was actually held in 2010, so we knew it is time to come back to Korea. So we met Professor Go, the chair of the SIGGRAPH Asia 2010. He's about to retire and he did not have a reason to do it. So he recommended several professors who can be the chair of the conference. One of the important factors to win the conference is who is the chair. Chair was the most important factor for this meeting. All professors rejected our suggestion with the, hard job, working burden. And this is a huge conference, so every professor feel very burdened. So we could not meet the local champion before the deadline, and we lost the chance to apply. But luckily, the deadline was postponed, and we met Professor Go again and asked him to find another local champion. But he recommended the Professor Chu, who recommended for the first time. And Professor Ko persuaded her why she had to do with several reasons, such as her own career, Korean community activation, and strong support from Daegu City on behalf of us. He was like an ambassador because he was very impressed with our hard work to attract the conference. Professor Chu can reject our suggestion, but she could not reject her senior's request. So we won this Congress because of her. And the last one, this is a case of failure in domestic competition. I show two conferences. To this conference has very strong why for Daegu City, such as historical background, strong support, and the industry and academia involvement. However, it has not been able to build close relationship with customers, clients, because it is domestic competition. Because these local champions doesn't want to meet us, because other domestic competitors contact them, and they get tired of meeting us and explaining of this conference like that. So we didn't have enough time to build up our relationship. And we couldn't convey our passion and willingness. And so finally they decided to count the city only with the number of hotel rooms and capacity of conference convention halls. So I realized that the logical approach does not work without any close relationship. That's why we are trying to find qualified leads as soon as possible to have enough time to contact clients, that way. So whatever I say, if you have desperate needs and persistence, you naturally know what your clients want. You need to know your customers' events well before you meet your clients. Local champion is everything. So as long as you make them your friends, and you can win. Thank you.
Thank you, Myung-hee.
Yeah.
Thank you, Myung-hee, and thank you, Ika. I think looking at your both presentation is just fantastic. It gives me a bit of a goosebump, especially Ibu Ika, you have managed so many conferences. We can see Bali on the map for so many times. And Myung-hee, you keep saying that you are the 4th largest city in Korea, which not many people know where Daegu is. You have not spoken or not done any public presentation, but you are so calm, so collected. And I think the point that you have put in is so pertinent that the collaboration with the local champion, how the journey that you work with one of them over 13 years before you get to finally go out and beat is just amazing stories. I hope these two presentation by Ibu Ika and Myung-hee give the participant on site and also online great insight and idea because you don't win 10,000 delegates over just a luck. It has to be over hard work and perseverance. I hope that Dr. Sarina is still on site. If you have any question from online or from the people in the room, please.
Yes. Before that, thank you very much, Naka, Kun Ika from Pato, and also Kun Kwan from Daegu. I have some question from online, obviously. First one to Kun Ika. How do you convince local association to put forward the bid when they are not ready to do? How do you support them?
Shall I answer right now, or it will be collected?
Please answer.
All
Please
right.
answer.
Okay. So whenever we heard that there's an opportunity, international event coming to Indonesia, from our research, we contact the association, and what we encourage them is, based on our portfolios that we have done so far in this industry, we come up with some samples, we come up with a success story. They usually think about, reconsider that. But of course, it's not going to be like automatically, because sometimes they need time to discuss with the board of the association, and also to see how active is the members, because we do have an experience of approaching one associations that apparently the members are not very active, so they're afraid of organizing the event will not be successful in terms of participation registration fee. That's the case. So we come up with the success story that we have done so far, and then we also assure them that with our good relationship with the ministry of the related ministry, we could get support from them in terms of the promotional materials, etc. So it's not really a independent work. It's a collaboration between industry and then also the government.
All right, thank you very much.
That's my answer.
Ka. So next question are to both of you. What are the main area that local association required from your expertise when put forward the bid? So it
will be an interesting answer because Ibu Ika is from a PCO and Myung Hee from a Convention Bureau.
Yeah.
So maybe Kun Ika, you can go first.
What was the question?
Okay. What are the main area that the local association required from your expertise when put forward the bid?
All right. Sometimes what they need is the bid proposal. That's the assistance that they require from the PCO. They're not familiar in composing the bid proposal, so they come to us. That's the main area.
So will that include budget as well?
Yeah, exactly. So it's include the budget.
How about Myung Hee?
So it's the same. So they require, financial support is the most important part, and also sometimes they want like mayors video to show that this government have an interest is to attract this conference like that. That is kind of very strong compared against European countries or American countries. They don't do that. So in some headquarters from the other Western countries, expect that Asian governments are interested in this conference or not. That is related to money and the participation. So yeah, that's important. And they need a lot of work to make a presentation, good presentation and materials, promotional materials, and site inspection as well. These days, because of COVID-19, we don't do this site inspection. Site inspection is also a very hard job during the bid process.
So you become the bridge for the association with the government to get the funding and also to get the support from the mayor office. So I think that's a very great initiative. Any other question, Dr. Saranya?
Yes, and this is for both of our speakers as well. The question come from someone in the floor. Why local champion is able to make the bid more competitive?
Why?
Why? Or
It's
how?
of course.
I think
Or
it's
how?
more like how, I guess. How local champion is able to make the bid more competitive. So maybe Ms. Kwan, you can go first.
How is I can give two big things: financial support. How?
Okay.
Financial support from government and support from the participation. Actually, I mentioned previously on the presentation, my city is the educational city, so there are a lot of colleges and universities. That's why many professors and students can, attend the conference. That is kind of boosting the participation and also a kind of a financial support as well. And the industry, like Samsung, their business in my city. So city is working with the Samsung companies in some parts. So that's why we can ask them to join as the conference as a sponsors or exhibitors and or some industrial sessions like that. So that is kind of also financial, not just money. We have a lot of potentials to make the conference stable financially. So that's really important because all the associations, international associations, are non-profit associations. They are very conscious of the budget. So we make them be comfortable with that part. So that is really important part. Yeah. And this is safety. Safety is really important. Last August, we had the online bidding process. We got through the online bidding process. They asked us two times presentation. Firstly, we just introduced my city and our support like that. But the second presentation was about how can I say, the safety, especially for the COVID-19 kind of situation. So they were very conscious of those situations. So we tell them, we make a presentation about our plan and supports. Yeah. These days, safety is really important.
Okay, Ms. Ika?
Yeah, thank you. I think sometimes the selection of the destination plays an important role in, giving the positive opportunity to be selected as a host country. So we have to be very careful in coming up with the destination and then also the value for money. Sometimes you could work with the hotels in order to get more competitive rates compared to other destinations. We could learn from other previous hosts. That's a lesson learned that we could take up whenever we go to a bid. So that's my answer.
All right, thank you very much. And last question to Kun Kwan. How do you select your local champion and how do you reward them?
Reward. Select is not select. Actually, we trying to find. It's kind of jewels, kind of very precious things. So it's really try to research who can be the local champions is also very important because local champion is always changing. because they can be retired and they already had different conferences, so they don't have enough time. So we always try to find a new championship. Even though they think I'm not a championship, but we can make them a new champions. So that's really important. And I talk about the syrophagia. Actually, the chair was not the champion in my country. Actually, she is very active in international societies, but she is not that active in domestic societies. And also, she is not man. It's very, bad, not weakness, but we make her a kind of, local champions. So she decided to be, a chair and to attract the conference. So it can be her good big career. So it's kind of her reward. But we cannot make, kind of reward like, financially, or we don't have any things to do as a kind of honor or something, but we can support to make this Congress successful. It is a reward, kind of reward, yeah.
Dr. Sarenya, if you don't mind, I just jump in quickly because I have one question from another online participant here, our good friend Kun Ferit from Sentara. The question is to Ibu Ika. The question is, have you won any bids during the pandemic? And when is this event will be held? Your good friend, Kun Ferit.
Okay, during this pandemic, no, not yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, we're hoping we're actually bidding for one event, and we're hoping that we'll be shortlisted.
Oh, all the best to you then. But
Yeah, thank you.
Myung-hee, you mentioned that you won one bid just recently, right?
Yes, because of you. You teach me.
Don't tell the audience because of me. They will look for me after this. You don't mind, is it already official and officially announced?
Yes, officially announced.
Can you share with the audience what is the name of the conference, please?
ICTAM. It is International Conference on Theoretical and Applied Mechanics. It's very difficult, right?
Yeah.
But it's about 4,000 delegates.
Yeah.
And it is held every 4 years. And is in mechanics field is the very prestigious conference, as I heard. Yeah. So it's very, how can I say, I'm very happy to have those conferences during this pandemic season, pandemic period.
Yeah.
So everyone was very, sometimes I'm very worried what CVBs do during this time.
Yes.
Maybe CVB is not needed like that, but we want the conference, so we make them, relieved. We still have work to do. Yeah.
So once again, thank you, Myung-hee and Ika, for sharing all this intimate information with the attendees. Now back to you, Dr. Sarenya.
Okay, I ran out of a question as well. So all delegates, please join me again to give big round of applause to thanks for Kun Ika and also Kun Kwan. Of course, Kun Nor too,นะคะ.
Of course, I'm still here.
And you will be still here with us until tomorrow. So again, before we go to the lunch, please allow me to remind you about the pre-reading materials again that you already scanned, or please scan the QR code and click on the link and skim through all the documents. When we're coming back.
Myung-hee, Ika, you can scan this also.
Yes. And we will have a session on the bid book. And if you have any question about the bid proposal or the RFP in your hand, you may ask the speaker later on. For the online delegates, after your delicious lunch, we will continue our session again at 2 p.m.
Oh, good. Very good.
Okay. Now it's just me standing between you and your lunch. So I will end my housekeeping note now and let you go to have a yum for the lunch. สวัสดีค่ะ Welcome back to the Bit Agent Training นะคะ Let us now get back to the session after the delicious lunch. It is the moment we all have been waiting for. Without further ado, may I invite Kun Andre Kaldenhoff, Executive Director from Leipzig Congress Center in Germany, who will show us how to produce a bid proposal, what to include in the outline, important parts to highlights, as well as the real example of the bid book. Andre, please be invited. Thank you.
So hello to everybody. So I would just like to share my presentation with you. Okay, so thank you very much for this very, very nice introduction. I would like to actually introduce myself a little bit. So I'm a little bit more than 50 years old and I'm working in the mice business. I've been working in the mice business since almost 20 years now. Always in the same job in Leipzig at the convention center. So this is kind of a mid-size venue. So the venue is actually placed at an exhibition site. So we have huge exhibition halls and a relatively small venue. Largest room is about 1,000 people. And we actually host also larger meetings here at this place, meetings up to 20,000 people. And we use the exhibition halls in order to just produce rooms which we don't have. We are actually very busy and very active in just producing bids because on the one hand side, you always get a lot of clients due to normal marketing measures we can't go to exhibition shows, but usually exhibition shows are very, very good marketing tool because you can really meet clients, you can just establish contacts there or even just network with a lot of friends and also with clients whom you already know. Other marketing measures are very important too, but we really concentrate on a lot of things here in the city. And we always say that our best marketing activities are going on in the city of Leipzig, and I will explain later why. So I just would like to continue with my presentation, and I hope that I can just start with the first slide. Here we go. So first of all, and this is very, very important, when you start to create a big book, and that's not really depending on whatever it is it like a medical, is it a corporate client, it doesn't matter. You first have to think about your strategy. And I would like to share a lot about our strategy. And as I've earlier said, we really start in the city of Leipzig itself. So what we have created is really a big network of local ambassadors. What does that mean? So we know that we have a very, very nice venue. We know that we have a very, very nice city. but we also know that Leipzig is not a destination. It might be a B, or even when it comes to international meetings, even a C destination. So we always predict that nobody knows our city, nobody knows our venue, and we need people who really just find other reasons why to come to Leipzig. And we have a very, very good international organized scientific network. And that's, for example, where we can find our ambassadors. We also have a lot of industry around. So when we head for corporate meetings, then we also try to implement and convince these people to support not only us as a venue, but also the destination and also the scientific surroundings. First, maybe a little bit provocative thesis is that you will not win a bid, a real bid, when you are being away. Because when we are talking about a bid book, then I think that we are talking about promoting your city, but we are not talking about a real kind of marketing measure. So I'm just really talking about finding clients, identifying meetings, and really finding a strategy how to convince the people who have to decide to come to your city. So, and that's something which we really do on site in the city. We don't really go away because we need the people who are in the city in order to bring them into the bid. We are very lucky actually because the city of Leipzig has created a so-called cluster management. The city has identified where we are strong, scientifically, economically, industrially, and also with regards to a lot of things that are going on in the political and surroundings of society. So they have identified a couple of clusters, and it is important for us when we really go on these clusters that these clusters are supported by politics and also by the whole society, the whole community. And this is also important when we have the scientific surroundings, that we can also be backed up by political and also community references. When you start a bid book, you always need something to rely on. You always need information what you are bidding for. Normally, and that's also the so-called request for proposal. In my 20 years here responsible for the venue, I have seen really good RFPs, but I would say that not even 50% are RFPs where you can create your bid on. Nevertheless, you have to, if you don't really have a good RFP, you need to create an RFP, and that's possible if you just ask important question also to your client. If you really don't get the questions from your clients, then you have to really force your client to, you know, to answer what they really, or to question what they really need. That is very necessary that you have an RFP, because the bid book is really based on that RFP. A second recommendation I would like to give is that you always have to change your perspective. So it is not important what you would like to talk about. It is important that you think in the spheres of your client. So you're not promoting your city or your venue or whatever. You want to answer the questions your client is having. That's very important. So change your perspective from destination to client and really try to get into the head of the client. Very, very important that you answer every single question. When you start creating a bid, everybody wants to win for sure, but sometimes you have a lot of competitors, and when you prepare a bid, usually second place is the first loser. So be prepared to lose, because your bid might be a very, very good bid, but you might even lose because there's only one destination better. This is not really a problem, because with some bids, you need to be prepared to do it a second or even a third time. So be prepared to do it again. I can remember the longest really active bidding period here in Leipzig was 70 years. So we lost a bid 4 or even 5 times in order to get it. Because if you really show that you want to have it, then you have a good chance to get it during the second or even third or fourth circle. So be prepared to lose, but don't give up. I just want to start with the first showcase actually. I would like to talk a little bit about the European Society for Pediatric Infectious Diseases. So they are called ESPID, and I've just chosen this case because the client in that case was the society, but we had to go through, which is a very normal process, we had to go through a PCO, and everybody in the room will know the PCO. It's our beloved friends from Israel, Kenes. So they are the core PCO for that society. So what you see on the screen is a little part of the bid book, but because I think it's very, very important that you really study the bid book. So you don't only read it, you really have to study what's behind. So I have already shared the RFP with you, and I've also shared our original bid book. And what you see here on the slide, the first point is like letters of invitation. So this seems to be a very, very tiny thing. But in this society, and that's what we found out, the letter of invitation does not only mean the letter of invitation from the venue, it really means the invitation from the doctors, and not only from the doctors in Leipzig, but also from doctors maybe just around the world. So this was something we really paid attention to. So what I wanted to say is really go into detail and invest a lot of time to just study the bid book. If you have questions, you can always go back to the PCO or even to the society, to the department which is responsible for the Congress, and ask questions. Even if you ask questions, it's very good because they see that you are very interested, that you are thinking about their bid, that you are just, heading into their minds and trying to identify with the society. It's very, very good to get in touch, to get in contact, to ask questions. But very important is that you have a plan and that you follow the instructions the society or the PCO is giving you. What we did, for example, we knew that Kenes has a certain influence on the society. I mean, every PCO has an influence because they can give recommendations. That's why the society takes in PCO. So what we did actually, and that's something what I would like to share with you actually, is take your time and think where is a good relation. So what we did actually, because we knew that a German PCO Interplan is heavily linked to Kenes, and we are in good relation with the German PCO. So we haven't done a lot of business with Keynes at those days, but we did have a lot of business with Interplan. So we got a recommendation letter from Interplan integrated into the Bitbook in order to just build up a relationship between us, one of our clients, where we know that they are very, very strongly linked to Keynes. So if Interplan says they are good guys, then Keynes says, okay, we know from different sources, from recommendations that they can do and that they understand the business. So be clever and find maybe other people in the society surrounding, apart from your ambassadors, apart from the scientific network, who might support you. If you just follow a sometimes technical RFP, you have to find space to express yourself. So if you just have a room table or whatever, you have to fill it in, but you have to find space how to really show the room, how to bring in, you know, photographs or whatever. So there is always space, but you need to invest time to find the space. Very important is that you don't forget the technical side, but you have to also the chance to, you know, promote yourself. And when you have a look at pages 5 to 7 and compare that to our Bitbook later on, then you will see that we really followed the instruction of Keynes and the society, but we also were able to promote our destination, to promote our venue quite heavily. I would just share a second case with you because this case is a bit different, because we have lost 2 times. Nevertheless, we got it, and so it was a very, very interesting bidding process even for us. I'm just talking about the International Society of Microbial Ecology. You don't have to know what it's about. But what is very interesting, because this society helped us even today to promote our city, because they actually won the ICA Best Cities Marketing Innovation Award. And it's a case that's heavily promoted actually on the ICA website, that's promoted by some of our helping us even now, you know, a couple of years after we have run that meeting in Leipzig to promote our city. So let's come back to the Bitbook. That was a very, very special case because firsthand they developed a EOI, which is very, very short expression of an expression of interest as a first step. So we actually had to fill in a form and just, you know, present ourselves that we would like to be taking part at this bid. That was kind of a very, very gray paper envelope. So there was actually no space to promote yourself. Finally, there was a decision that we will be able to bid together with our society. And all of a sudden we found out that the guidelines for the expression of interest was, you know, more detailed than the rules for the real Bitbook. So we had a 12-pager for expression of interest, but we had hardly any rules for the Bitbook. So we started gray, but ended up with a very, very colorful, very, reflective bid book. And our colleagues from the scientific network there, they did a very, very good job, because they were able, that they got supportive letters even from the scientific networks of those countries we were bidding against at those days. So we actually had to learn at our first bidding process where we did something wrong, because we didn't really pay attention too much on the client's wishes. And we tried it a second time and just really, learned from the first bid and created a completely new bid. So we paid a lot of attention not only to our regional city scientific network, but also we were able to increase it really worldwide. And we brought in a lot of well-known people to the Isthmus Society who supported the city of Leipzig and were very much in favor with us. It starts sometimes with a small community, but sometimes you can even enlarge the ambassador community, nationwide, but sometimes you have to even think global or at least regional. I was just talking about what we nowadays say the old world, so printed or at least PDF bid books, guidelines that are presented to you by a PDF document. But I would like to share as a third and last case a bid book that is kind of digitalized, and I would not really talk about a bid book. I would just share something with you, which is more a portal, or let's say a very, very digitalized way of asking for a bid. So I'm just talking about a conference we are bidding for right now, because as you can see, it's the International Transport Forum, and we are bidding right now for a period 24 to 27, so like 4 events in a row. I can share this information with you because the tender, or the invitation to tender, as they call it, is already closed, and we are in the process to be evaluated. That's the information you can see on the right hand top corner. This is really a screenshot from the portal, and I would just like to share a couple of other screenshots so that you can get an impression how that's going to work. So this invitation for tender for the conference venue for the International Transport Forum is just a very, very technical tender. They are asking us for a lot of figures, for prices, for number of rooms, and there's actually, from the first sight, from the first view, not much space to bring in a lot of promotion information, a lot of colorful pictures. So it's really a very technical one. So what they usually give you is a lot of information, because when a procurement department of an international organization like the OECD is doing this, they have to give you the questions, they have to give you the informations where you can go for your bidding process, actually. So very important. They talk a lot about like qualification. They, they talk about rules, about terms and conditions. They talk about certificates because you don't have a chance to promote yourself. And that's why they rely very much on official information. So you really have to go to a lot of official political stuff and a lot of red tape. And you have to really pay attention that you promote yourself with a lot of certificates, sometimes even official certificates. Then you can see on the next slide a real list of, they call it commercial responses. So you can even see on the first line that we had to answer 147 questions. So when you think back on an RFP we get from medical societies, we sometimes have 10. So here, only in this field of commercial response, we had to answer 147 questions. So it takes us a day to fill in the forms, to just sit in front of a computer and hack in all our numbers, all our figures. And imagine when you're doing that for hours, you can easily make just printing mistakes. And when you're talking about money, a zero more can really mean a lot of a difference. So you really have to precise, you really have to double check. We always do it at least with 2 people, because 4 eyes are definitely seeing more than just 2. So this is something we face more often nowadays than we faced that years before. So I just wanted to share a couple of these questions with you, and also a couple of our answers, so that you get an impression how that's going to work. So they ask a lot of questions for conference venue. They ask questions, as we say, yes or no questions. And then they also integrate fields where you have to just fill in a number for costs. Like, for example, 2 to 5. There is something about the conference venue, and they would like to have information on the overall rental costs. And there you have the field where you can print in or put in a number. So this is really very, very technical. What you can remember, I was just talking about finding the space to express yourself. So numbers are necessary, but there is a space where you can upload things. And that's where you have to be creative, actually. So you have to really find the space where you can express yourself. Although you cannot see anything colorful on the screen, when you just click on 2.2.1, the conference venue, you can see that even in the presentation, there will be a lot of slides on the conference venue in pictures. So even if it's a digital presentation, even if it's a digital way of bidding, you will find the space to express yourself, to bring in the brightest colors. I'm just going a little bit through that invitation to tender, because what you can see here, and that's very, very typical when tenders or RFPs come from a political or a society surrounding, that they integrate a lot on sustainability and your personal or your venue destination sustainable development. And again, here we had to explain, though, so there was a text field, but we were also able under 2.11.4 environmental management to again upload information. And that's where I wanted to point my finger at. Be creative, find ways, even if it's very technical, even if it's very gray, to bring in what you would like to talk about, to bring in color and to promote your destination. So when it comes to a digitalized bid book, rules are very clear, but again, there's always space for color and creativity, and you need to use your space, because using that space can make your presentation or your bid special. Take your time to think first. So really take your time, because sometimes so the time between the opening of the tender and the finishing can be a very short time, and you sometimes tend to be very hectic, and just fill in the fields. So take your time again and think, and again try to really get into the head of your client. Who's the client? And with the case we were talking about just earlier, the client is the International Transport Forum as an association, but the client is also the procurement department, because the procurement department, their role is to evaluate, to prepare, the answers to the association or to the society. And that's very important, because only if you get good credits by the procurement department, you might have a chance to win. So take your time, really invest and study again the way the information are presented. There are certain patterns, and that's very important. We haven't done a single bid twice. So even if there are certain patterns, if you go for a bid actively, you are doing it for the first time. It's always the first time, and you completely have to rethink and start from the scratch. So don't really try to be too effective. So bidding processes, bidding books, they need a lot of time, and they need a lot of thinking. I'm almost at the end of my presentation, and I'm so proud that I just really are almost inside the 35 minutes I got. I'm at my last slide, and I would first of all thank you for your attention. I hope that you will stay safe and healthy, because we were saying that always, even in during the last years, but I think this slogan gets more and more important. Be patient when you're thinking of business and of life business. Be patient. It will take some time to recover. And so although we are sharing our personality and our information a lot through digitalized matters, I would just support you by just not accepting this situation. So I would just prefer to come next time to your beautiful city and to meet in real life, to have some drinks, to have your just very, very delicious food. And because I think personal contacts just help to create a lot of thinking, to really exchange information and just meeting lively. So don't accept this new normal, and don't even use the term, because I'm really thinking that we have to go back to our old normal and have real meetings. And I'm very, very optimistic that that's going to be, but we need some patience. But it will return. Why? And that's the first experience we are getting from more than half a year of being locked down, because we have done our first live meetings in September, and it was really interesting to see how happy people, how happy our clients, how happy the delegates, how happy the industry, the companies were to meet again. So I can just tell you from our first live meeting together with the medical society that I've only seen people with smile in their faces, with just bright eyes throughout the whole meeting time of 3 days. So people want to come back, they want to support you in your destination, they want to support our venues, and we just have to be patient. So thanks for your attention, and I'm more than happy to answer your questions. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Kun Andre, from zooming in from Leipzig, Germany, from far away from here. Anyway, anyone has question, please join the microphone, Naka. Anyhow, I have question on hand coming from the online. First one, you have suggested that we should answer all questions according to the RFP. However, should we include other information that we think it's useful, but not required from RFP in the bid book to make our bid book more outstanding, and what those things could be?
Absolutely, yes. What I would like to share with you is that the RFP has a certain structure in their questions, and you really have to follow the structure just in order to make it easy to the client, make it easy to the PCO to prepare the information sheet which they usually do in order to decide. So what we think what's going to happen if there is an RFP, they have a table, they have all their questions, they have the destinations, and they would just like to evaluate. So make it easier to the client by just following their instructions. But then when they talk about sizes of rooms, you have to give them the sizes, but and even if they don't ask for pictures, you always have the chance to make it colorful and present the pictures. But really follow the structure because they, would like the information even in, in the pattern they have given to you. But there is space. You have to find the space. You can use the space. That's just what you should do.
All right, thank you.
100% yes.
Yes. And the next question. In the case that we put our effort to bid for more than 2 times, like you mentioned ISME Symposium case, how we adjust our bid book in the future to make it more interesting or outstanding?
Okay, so I would like just to share, because that's a very important question. So I can remember we were, so not we, but Germany was bidding for the ICA Congress in 2006 or 7, I can't remember. And everybody in Germany was absolutely 100% sure that we will get it. What happened? We lost. I thought, okay, what happened here? We just got the information that was a very, very good bid book. We just got the information that Germany is just the perfect destination for the ICA Congress. But something happened which led to losing Germany to get the ICA Congress. So what I did, and this is just a very, very easy recommendation, easy answer here, go to the client, try to ask the question, what was wrong? What could we do better? So very easy here. Be in touch with the client, because there is a reason, there is an answer, and you have to find out about it. So I was just talking at those days to Martin Zirk, the former CEO of ICA. We had a half-a-day meeting just talking about that. And the reaction of Martin was, I would never have expected our arrogant German friends to ask these questions. So the first step for the new bid was just the interview I did with Martin, and finally we got the bid because we were able to avoid the mistakes. We just a more qualified, much better bid, and that we were able to get the conference. So very easy question here, a very easy answer here. Go to the client, ask what was wrong.
Thank you very much, Ka. I believe that a lot of us over here might be hesitate to ask those kind of questions to the client. So in fact, we could ask. So now we know, and that should be very easy for us to find out. Okay, so thank you very much, Kun Andre. Is there any question from the floor? Anyone else? So I believe that is it for the question. Thank you very much again. And may I now please invite everyone to join me to thanks to Kun Andre once again. All right, so please allow me to invite another speaker who lives not far from Germany. Please join me to welcome Kun Christian Muschlechner, an independent meetings industry specialist from Vienna, Austria. Okay, so Kun Christian will speak about the bid activities that can complement the bid proposal and serve as an important aspect of the bid strategy. Kun Christian, please be invited.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Andre, can you switch off your presentation? So can I start my presentation? Thank you very much. I will try to fix it. Let me share my screen with you all. It's a pleasure to be with you. I have a very special relationship with TCEP. It's an up and down relationship, but never finished. Because I remember back, I think it was in 2004, that TCEP started to be established, and Thailand started the Convention Bureau, and I had the pleasure to be a kind of helping hand when the whole Thailand Convention Bureau started to get off the ground. Now here we are. So, thank you very much for the invitation. I follow on what Andre said. The bid book is a core element in the whole process, but you also have other elements which you have to consider, which is lobbying in general, the site inspection, more and more the issue of new technology, and I will also introduce a little bit the idea of the philosophy, if you can't beat your enemy, join the enemy in order to win bids. I'm quite famous in the industry for many, many years, that, and Noah asked me to put this slide on. That was my team when I was running the Vienna Convention Bureau. I'm in the industry very, very long. I started as a PCO, and in '85 I joined the Bureau, and in '91 I rebuilt the Vienna Convention Bureau. Don't start calculating how old I am, but I'm still fascinated by the industry, and you might find it a little bit strange, but for me the actual situation is not only a bad one, but I also see it as a good one, because it creates a lot of opportunities. Here is a definition about lobbying. It's the activity of trying to persuade someone in authority, in our case, board members or participants of general assemblies, to support your organization, your proposal to win the bid. So it's an adaptation of a definition by the Cambridge Dictionary. The very important word is persuade. I can tell you that when I grew up in this industry, persuading had a double meaning, persuading by arguments, but sometimes we were also confronted with persuading by money, where we were kicking out of the competition immediately. So when we talk about big activities and lobbying, first of all, you have to build up your network. It's locally, so you have to try to form a team of local, regional, and international members who support and promote and lobby for the bid. A very good hint is to try to get former organizers of this meeting, I would say under the condition that the meeting organized by this person was a successful one, to bring them into your committee, bidding committee, etc., because it widens already the approach to what you are doing, and you bring in the experiences of the meeting from a past life event, and you also can compare how things develop in the association. The important thing is here that you have to give them responsibilities. Don't ask them to talk about hotels. That's not the case for them. They will get a list of persons in the international association who you believe, based on the research you did, might influence the decision. And it's very important to find out if what you see is the reality, or if there's something behind of this reality. I remember one bid we were running where there was a formal board, and formally the board should decide. But what we learned in the process is there's one senior person in the association who influences the board. The board never decided against the wish of this founding member of the association. So of course one group of the lobbying team had to focus for us on this individual person. Lobby the decision makers, the duty of the scientific bidding committee. When you're coming to lobbying, you normally work on two levels. One level is the scientific level, so the board, the volunteer leaders, and very often you have a second level where you have the head office staff, the people who are working on a day-to-day basis for the association. Lobbying board members is absolutely a peer-to-peer activity. Your scientific representatives have to lobby the volunteer leaders. They are on the same level. If we as a bureau or a venue or even a PCO call a doctor and want to convince him or her to be in favor of our proposal, he or she will say, who the hell are you? You are not the doctor, I'm not talking to you. So very, very important, lobbying is a peer-to-peer activity. Identify the decision makers and build your strategy. As I said before, very often it's stated in the RFP who will decide, but you have to find out very diplomatically if it's right, 100% right, what is written in the RFP or in the process description. Sometimes the influences are different, and you have to tackle around these different influences. The role of the local scientific member is to massage the board members, for those who decide. Can also be the Congress Selection Committee. Some associations create Congress Selection Committees, which are a separate task force group, which are not regularly mentioned in the statutes, but who have a power to pre-select and to propose to the final meeting of the board who decides. This massaging is very, very important. It's a peer-to-peer activity. However, you have to make sure that you keep the control on these people. Sometimes it can happen that your local scientific members are so much enthusiastic in favor to fight to get this meeting that they are overdoing. And you have to take them back. Because if you do too much, it can also be a reason why you are losing. So it's very, very important that you control your kind of ambassadors. Those team members, they get the names, and they should get from you, who is basically executing the bid, a clear mandate what to do in lobbying. I give you one very famous case study when which was quite interesting, was the bidding for the Olympic Games when London was in the final against Paris. And the approach was completely different. For the London bid, you had a bid committee, and the head of the committee was a former athlete, famous athlete, Sebastian Coe. And he asked the Prime Minister at that time, Tony Blair, to come to Hong Kong where the final presentation takes place and to lobby for the London bid. So what Tony Blair did, very clever, he arrived 3 days before, went to the office of Sebastian Coe and said, Mr. Coe, here is your Prime Minister, tell me what to do. And Seb Coe gave him a list of all 100 members of the Olympic Committee and said, Mr. Prime Minister, these 100 people you have to talk to in the next 48 hours. And every 12 hours, I want to have a report from you. So here it was a perfect case study how, for the Olympics it's of course very political, how a politician was following the leader for the whole bid. I won't explain how Paris worked, but Paris worked completely different. So then you have another level of lobbying, lobby the professionals, the meeting planner, the paid staff of the association. That's the duty of the professionals in the bid process, which means convention bureau, venue, national bureau, etc. Again, it's a peer-to-peer activity. Why? Because both sides talk the same language. They talk infrastructure, they talk what you need for on a daily basis for the meeting. They know exactly when we talk about lunch what it is, what is a badge, etc., etc. It's very important also to know, and that you can find out from the staff, who finally prepares the evaluation of the bids for the decision making. Is it the staff members? Is it someone else in the association, etc.? In general, when it comes to lobbying with the meeting professionals in the association headquarters, here we focus on the infrastructure, the logistics, how will the meeting work 3 days out in the destination, etc. And it's very important that you build up this relationship already ahead of the real bidding process. Our industry trade shows are a perfect marketplace to know people, to talk about, to build up a relationship where you can rely on later on. One of the big mistakes of convention bureaus very often that they focus completely on your local members and clusters, etc. And they forget that there's somebody out of the market who knows very much about the association you are interested in and where you need to build up a relationship. As Andre said before, you are talking to the headquarter if you fail. Your local member does not know why he or she is failing because she does the presentation, then she leaves the boardroom. And what is discussed in the boardroom, she or he does not hear. So that's very important to have this relationship with the head office. Important is, and that's a message to you all, find out beforehand and read very carefully the RFP or liaise with the head office, what is allowed in lobbying or not. More and more associations implement strict rules, what you are allowed to do or not to do. And if you don't comply to these rules, you are out of the process. It's a very clear setting. I was also involved in some association bidding, and I remember when I was president of ICA and we had the bid presentations from destinations, my role as a president was to make sure that after 20 minutes the presentation is over. And I was very strict and said, if you are 1 second longer, I cut you off and it's finished. So you have to find out really what is allowed. Basic things. Are you allowed to communicate with those members who decide? Are you allowed to send an email? Is your local representative who formally presents the bid allowed to liaise with those people? If not, you have to bind the hands and shut the mouth of this person not to do it, and so on. So that's very important. If there is nothing written, it's a key reason to contact the head office and to find out. And the good thing is, first, as Andre said, you ask a question, and secondly, you then know exactly what's going on. Lobbying in an association starts far before the real bid. It's very important, if you have the vision to bid for a conference, you also have to look how is the standing of our national, regional or city scientific community in this specific science area. If they are not visible for many, many times in the previous congresses, there you have to start a strategy. Your local scientific community must become visible. They should send in more research papers for abstracts and being presented during the conference. They should be active, offering the moderation of sessions. Very often scientific committees of a conference look around and who could moderate the session, who could be a speaker, who could help us engage in the association life. Don't lean back and wait. Sometimes it's difficult to convince scientists. I fully understand that, but it helps a lot if your country or your city is well represented scientifically in board positions, task force group positions, committees for the scientific journal the association publishes, etc., etc. All this together increases the reputation of your scientific community, as long as you do it properly and professionally. But it's very important to be visible in the association. And very important, when you lobby, find out what else can you offer the association. Is there anything which might help the association in their daily life to advance? Is it possible to increase membership in the area? Could the Congress be a driver for this increase? If one of the previous Congresses is in your area, why not to consider to run a pre or post symposium in your country or in the city where you want to bid for the Congress later on? That is all something where you can refer to in your official bid once you are starting the bid and produce the bid book. Another key element is site inspection. Today, site inspections is a tool like many others for to see if a city could fit for a conference. But of course, you have two different types of site inspections to organize. One side is if volunteer leaders or decision makers are coming to your destination, which is becoming less and less an issue, or if the head office comes, so the professionals. So if we talk about the volunteer leaders, bring them, of course, together with your local scientific community. That's very important. They have to get a feel how they are working, how many they are, who are the leaders of the local scientific community, etc. For this group, it can be useful to involve local politicians, to visit the city health councillor or the national health minister, etc., etc. In general, to volunteer leaders, give a more broader overview of how the meeting will be organized without going into details. And never forget to raise the issue of legacy and sustainability programs for the meeting, which you might have the intention to organize, and to discuss it with the volunteer leaders, because that's an area where they probably are safe in the debate and might give you some good ideas. If the staff from head office come to site inspection, we focus more on the logistics and infrastructure. Personal experience of the head office people is key. They want to know how far is the venue from the hotels, how many minutes it takes by walking or public transport or taxi. How is the infrastructure in the venue? Where is which room? What is the size, etc., etc. So describe them and try to give them the experience how the meeting you are bidding for will take place. So put them in a role in more detail how to experience the day-to-day life of this meeting. And of course, again, raise the issue of legacy and sustainability programs for the meeting. Especially for the professionals, some mistakes are made. First of all, do not sell the beauties of your destination. We are not in tourism. Sell the meeting product. The touristic beauties pop up if you do the right transfers or free time in between. But the key element and for the site inspection must be the meeting product, especially when you are focusing on the fact that planners, staff people have less and less time to spend in the destination. So respect that the planner has limited time and he or she also needs free time. Yeah. Normally, your biggest mistake is that you run a program where the planner is running around from 7:30 in the morning until 10 o'clock in the evening. He or she is completely exhausted, and when they are back in the hotel, they have to work on their emails, etc. So put extra free time into the program by saying, here you have free time, you can check your emails, you can relax a little bit, you can think about what you have seen, etc. Please, 10 hotels on a day, it's by far too much. Fortunately, we are living in a time where a lot of information about infrastructure, etc., you get on the internet. Many planners say, if I see 2 hotels or 10 hotels, basically every hotel is the same. You have a room, you have a bed, you have a shower, you have an entrance door, you have a bar, and that's it. I don't need to see 10 hotels. Do not show everything in a hotel. I know it's difficult because sales manager of hotels want to spend half a day to show everything in the hotel, how beautiful the residential suite is, the junior suite, the smaller suite, the double room, the single room, if there is one, the public areas, the spa, the swimming pool, everything. Stop it. What a planner really needs to know is how does a standard room look like, because that's what the participant looks for, and how are the public areas in the hotel. So the lobby, is it welcoming, can you sit, can you meet, etc. If you really want to see for the president of the association a presidential suite, say it, ask the client, do you want to see it? If not, take it off, and give the right briefing to the hotel people. Tell them, you only have 15 minutes, and if you are a good salesperson, you can fix your hotel in 15 minutes. The same goes for off-site venues. Every destination can offer for a presidential dinner for 100 people quite a number of venues. But that is very important in preparing the site inspection to find out where should it place in relation to the venue of the meeting, etc., so that you can downsize to 2 or 3 options you showcase, and that's it. And last but not least, very important, do not treat the planner like a super VIP. Of course it's a VIP, but he or she must experience your destination through the eyes of the participant. So how does it work to use public transport if you have one? How do I walk around the city? What do I need to pay attention? Etc., etc. So it's very important to put, especially the professional, into the shoes of the normal participant, because that's what the participants will look for. Where's the public transport? How does it work? Is it fast? Is it safe? Is it clean? Can I walk in the city center, etc., etc.? Very, very important experience you have to showcase during a site inspection. I know, especially for bureaus or cities, it's difficult, but don't try to involve all your members or partners in the site inspection. It drives the client crazy. The key partners when it comes to site inspection is the venue, are probably the headquarter hotel and one or two off-site venues. Don't showcase all the members you have as a bureau. Very important, a site inspection is a focused activity. It's work, describing the solution for the meeting in your city. So based on the bid book, the site inspection provides the solution how the meeting could be organized best in your destination. And very important, always keep in mind, we are talking about the bid, normally bids which are 4, 5, 6 years in advance. The supply structure for the association could change in between. I had the experience once in Vienna where we were at a normal bid with a local society, with a local PCO, but I said in the whole process, I'm not sure if this organized association will still have a local PCO to run the meeting. The way they develop over the years, it looks for me that they will have a core PCO once they are coming to Vienna. And that was the case. So the local PCO was out. The whole relationship with the hotel became different, etc., etc. So you always have to keep that in mind. And very, very important, use your own ICA network. Many, many associations have been in cities where we find ICA colleagues. Contact them, ask them, find out, because once they had the meeting, they are probably helpful, especially for global meetings, to give you some advice and experience how this association works. Technology in the whole bid process is a never-ending story. We all live a time where every day new technology comes on. A year ago, nobody was talking about Zoom. Now we are all Zoom maniacs. There's even a new medical science about the impact on Zoom of human behavior, etc. So the important thing is what kind of new technology can you introduce into your bid? Is there space for it? Is the association open to such a change? And very important, you have to look beyond our industry. One of the big problems in our industry, we always look to our own box, and we are not looking outside our box. What type of technology is outside our industry? Can we introduce a new technology into our meeting industry? Dive into the world of startups. It's absolutely fantastic what's going on there. Can there be anything transferred to our meeting? And is the tool we might offer helping the age-to-age, so human-to-human world of a meeting? So keep that in mind. And always consider new technology has to support and increase the outcome for the participant. It's not the other way around. I'm long enough in the business with a lot of technology changes, and I was always optimistic, saying any new technology comes on the market and is worth to be introduced in the meeting industry can help us to further increase the quality of the meeting. But never let the technology run your meeting. Basically, the participants drive the technology use, because you can offer whatever you want. If the participants don't use it, the technology is gone for the meeting. Very important, especially in times like we are living at the moment, meeting design is key. The way meetings are organized are changing permanently. how science transfer, knowledge transfer, learning is happening in a meeting. And what can we learn from other science areas to make meetings better? Just two ideas. How could music help us to have better meetings? Or colors, lightning. A red lightning has a different impact on a scientific meeting than a blue lightning. So you have to find out very clearly. And the other thing is nowadays, how do we need to set up a meeting when we are online? And even more interesting is, how do you organize a meeting when partly it's done face-to-face and parallel on the virtual world? Don't make the mistake that you copy-paste. If you talk to clients, the virtual meeting has a complete different setup and streaming and design than a live meeting. So the question here is, can you introduce a new element for the association in your bid? You have to be very careful. You can find out about the staff. Is this association open to changes, or is it very conservative, etc., etc. But you should raise the issue in preparing the bid activities. I also was asked to touch a little bit about joint bids. It became quite a famous story in the industry. It's the Vienna-Barcelona story. What does it mean? Over some years of development, we ended up to present joint bids to association. That means we offer to the association both cities 2 years in a row, either to rotate, so every second year we got the meeting, or in a 3-year rotation, that's so the third year is open for any other destination, but then we start again with Vienna or Barcelona. How could that happen? First of all, personal relationship between my colleague in Barcelona and myself. Quite a similar meeting infrastructure. Number of hotel rooms, venues, public transport, etc. So the key logistics behind. And then something which was absolutely tremendous, a complete open book policy of the venues. The venues we involved in both cities, there were 2 venues we were involved in this project. They opened their books when it came to joint bids. That means all the prices, everything was open. And we as bureaus were fine-tuning and asking to adapt the offer so it becomes easy for the client to work with. And the other thing is, at that time, we had the feeling that the market is ready for such a move. And it basically, when I look back to this whole story, it was going up like a rocket. It was incredible. I give you some ideas about the meetings we had. You don't have to read it everything. You get it later anyhow, the PowerPoint. But the important message is, in total, we gained for each city something like 100,000 participants, more than 500,000 room nights, and the time span of the bids won was between 2014 and 2029. They were all European meetings, so continental regional meetings. But we also managed to get one international association to confirm to this, or to agree to this procedure. And you can see it's 24 Vienna, 25 Barcelona, and 28 Vienna, and 29 Barcelona again. So that's, you can't force it. You have to have this feeling that, okay, there are clients who are a little bit tired to do the whole process with bid books, with site inspections, presentations, discussions, lobbying, etc., etc. Some clients told us it's so fantastic for us because we are not talking about anymore about 2 years. Only the third year is open. That's fantastic. Everybody on the market knows the third year, and that's it. The other 2 years before and afterward, it's fixed by Vienna and Barcelona. So just an idea to think about. You can't start immediately. You have to get the feeling if there is a client on the market where you could start. And of course, you have to find your partner destination. That's key. So that here I come to my end. Good luck to your bid activities. As Andre said, sometimes you lose, sometimes you win. I always have this ratio that if you do all properly, you probably 50% you are winning, 50% you are losing. But the most important thing is you have to have a plan for afterwards and for both decisions. Because if you win the business, for you, especially for a bureau, don't forget this client. Yes, he or she is moving now to the commercial partners, but don't disappear as a convention bureau. In the ideal world, you pop up latest when the conference starts and you say, hello, 6 years ago we were bidding and we were talking and now you are here, thank you for coming and I just want to pay a visit. And the same goes, of course, if you have lost. As Andre said, there are reasons to bid again. There are reasons that associations say you never win in the first time. You have to show patience and you have to come back. And Andre mentioned Ismay. I also have another case where I remember we started the first bid we started back in 1996, where we were bidding for 1999. And at the end of the day, we were finally getting this business back to Vienna in 2016. So it's a long time span. And the important thing as a bureau was to remain in relation with the association. So that's me. Thank you very much. If you look for a MICE coach, research supporter, consultant, here you have my details. I really enjoyed being part of this conference. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm sure you have 1 or 2 questions or more. Either we can take it now or you also can send me an email. I'm responding very soon. That's my philosophy. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Kun Christian. Now we know the concept of bid site inspection, lobbying for the bid, technology in presenting the bid, and some interesting tips on the bid strategy. So if anybody on the floor have a question, please be prepared. I have some question on the list as well. The first question, lobbying is a peer-to-peer activity. Is it appropriate if the government level assists the local association in lobbying? Do you have any example?
You have to make a differentiation between what I would call political meetings and IGO, intergovernmental organizations, or non-governmental organizations. Our market basically is the non-governmental market. Many associations are privately organized. And I always tell people, and very often told also politicians, you should be ready if the bureau or a bidder calls you in for a certain action. Don't try to run it on your own as a politician because you don't have the experience. I'm sorry, that's fact. You might be experienced in politics. If you look around the world, sometimes you even question that with politicians, but in the meeting industry, you have the professionals who basically know exactly what to do. And as I said with the example of Tony Blair, he was working on behalf for the leader of the bidding committee. And he didn't turn it around and said, I'm the prime minister, I tell you now what to do. No, it was the leader of the bid committee who told him what to do. So bring in the politics at the right time, at the right moment, but tell the politicians exactly what you expect.
Okay, I see. Thank you very much. Next question. What are the most powerful lobbying activities in your opinion?
The most important thing is, in my opinion, to build up their relationship with the international head office. That's a very often underestimated source for lobbying, for information, for advice. If you are well placed on the market, you know as a bureau or as a venue probably more about the association, the life of the association, than your local member. I experienced not only once that my local representative, I told him I met Mr. So-and-so or Mrs. So-and-so at the IMEX or IBTM show, that, what? You know the Secretary General in person? I never met this person. So it's key to build up the relationship. Also, in order to control and to verify the information you get about the association from your local member. They might be sometimes completely contradictory. So for me, that's a key element.
I see. Thank you very much, Ka. Next one, last question over here. So if anyone would like to ask from the floor, please approach the microphone. With the pandemic of COVID-19, some bid activities such as site inspection could not happen. Do you have any suggestion to the local host? What are the other impact bid activities that local hosts can offer or present to the committees?
First of all, I have to admit that even with the actual situation, and I experienced quite a number of crises already in my life. And it shows once again that associations are the most resilient bodies in the world when it comes to our meeting industry, because they might not run the meetings at the moment, but they have to do the long-term planning. So of course they are sending out RFPs for 24, 25, 26. They won't decide probably now, but they have to go on, because once they are back to live meetings, they need to have a decision. You can't run site inspections at the moment. You can do it virtually. What is very important, and in my opinion, is simply pick up the phone and talk to the people. You can have telephone conferences by showing Google Maps where your city is located, where the venue is located, and you can guide the clients through the city via Google Maps, etc., 3D, etc. That are all helpful tools to give a certain experience to those who need to decide. However, we always have to be aware that whatever technology you use, there's nothing better than the live visit, because especially as a professional, as a planner, you need to stay in a room and get the feeling of the room, and that's not possible at the moment. But I'm very optimistic for the future. We will still, because you mentioned COVID, we will still go through hard times over our winter time. I expect no live events until at least end of June next year, and the market will completely come back starting in 2022. But we can't change it. So we have to do the best out of it and stay healthy and stay safe. That's the most important. But at the same time, stay related to all the potential clients you have, and not only to the local representatives.
All right, thank you very much, Ka. It seems that there is no more question for you, Kun Christian. So please, everyone, join me to thank Kun Christian for answering all questions and for the content.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ka. Now, please, I may invite Kun Nor to join me back on the screen. And now, everyone, for both online and on-site delegates, it's the time for the quiz time. So we now gonna get to know what did we learn today, right, Kun Nor? You will conduct the Kahoot. Everybody, yay!
I hope so. I hope I can do it correctly. But firstly, Dr. Sarinya, I think congratulations to you in particular for being able to manage two I say, heavyweight of the industry, Christian and Andre. Christian, as many who are aware, is the former president of ICA, and he has served in the board of ICA for a long period of time. He's almost like the godfather of our meeting industry. He's the one responsible of making Vienna as the #1 city in the world. So there's a lot of takeaways from his presentation, as well as Andre. To me, listening what he says today, I know it's just rekindled me of all the conversation that we had during our meeting at IMEX and ICA congresses and so forth. So on behalf of ICA and TCEP, once again, Christian and Andre, we thank you, we appreciate. Sorry that we couldn't provide you with a beer or a cigarette, while having this conversation, because we are on a virtual meeting. I think for the delegate, thank you, Kristen. And also for the participants who are at location in Bangkok and also online, thank you for staying with us since morning. We had 5 big topics that we have gone through today, from research to competition, to local champion, to bid books, to bid activities. Especially the last 2 are heavy stuff, but I'm so delighted to see the kind of quality question that being posed out by all of you. That shows that you are not really intermediate level, you are really advanced level. You care about the industry, and we sincerely hope that Thailand will come back strong, just like any other destination for the meeting industry. 9 speakers for one day, that's a lot. It's almost like a conference. Just like any event, when we talk about training, there will be a test. So I'm here to give you some tests. So first, I'd like to share my PowerPoint for those who are not familiar. This is how the tests are going to be. This is for the toughest and for the fittest. So if you bring out your mobile device or any device, iPad, whatever that you have, even if Christian, you're still online, you can still participate. So you need to open your browser and go to kahoot.it. And once you get to this particular page, what we're going to do here is we have only limited space. You have to log in, be the first one, limited to only 50 packs. This is a fast-paced quiz, and the score is all generated automatically based on accuracy and speed. And we will have 3 winners. I was being told by colleagues and friends in TCEP, there will be some prizes for you, including flights to Vienna. No, I'm just kidding, Kristen. Not flights, nobody going to fly anywhere. So there'll be 3 prizes, a surprise. And this is how it will look shortly. You would log in, but you will not see this yet. But once you see the yellow page, it will ask you to put in the game pin. So the game pin will appear when I go into the website shortly. And after that, you need to put in your nickname. In this case, we do not want your nickname. We want you to put your real first name. Otherwise, we wouldn't know who is the real winner. If you put, Tom Jones, suddenly there's no Tom Jones, and then you can claim your prize. So we do not want that. So please put your real name. And then once you have put your real name, you will see your name appear on the screen. So once your names appear, that means you are part of the quiz. If your name is not part of in the screen, that means you missed that opportunity. The type of question that we're going to have is multiple choice and true and false. So the colors that you have here is the colors that you will see on your mobile device. So if you think that blue is the right answer, just press blue and do it as fast as you can. You got nothing to lose anyway. So may the best person win. Give me a second, I will toggle between to get into the website. So now we are in the platform. That is the number. If you are ready, type in the number 7875512. I'm waiting for the first 50 players to come in. Ankash, you are the first one. Great. Let's see you again. She's clean.
What is the number again?
Sorry, now you see 7875512. Can you see my screen?
No.
No?
Can you see the screen?
Okay. Now you can see.
Yes.
Good Sumit, good Kate, all good friends, all familiar friends from Thailand. Christine, you are in. I'm happy that you are in.
Yes.
So on the screen, you can see the numbers growing, 26. We still have space. Even for online attendees, you can take part. You can join us. Even if you are from TSAP or TICA, you can join. No one knows the question except for me. Thank you, Dr. Sarina. I saw your name on the screen as well. Good. Yes, I think the number stopped at 33, 34. I'm going to give another 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, we got 35. Now you need to be ready. You need to look at the screen for the question. At the same time, look at your mobile device or your device to answer as quick as possible. We will start now. TSAP and TICA, members of ICA. So the answer is TSAP is yes in the ICA member. TICA is not an ICA member. This is just a warm-up question. So you'll be able to see who has the highest score now, Sansa, followed by Katie and Kristana. So this is how it works. So I hope that you get familiar. Every question have only 20 seconds, so you need to really answer real quick. So we go to the second question, true or false? Thailand is in the top 10 of ICA ranking in 2019. True or false? There you go. The answer is false. Thailand is not in the top 10, but hopefully one day they will be in the top 10. So we look at the leaderboard. KT now has become number 1 and NH is coming up second. NH is not Noor Hamid, it's not me, somebody else, somebody from Thailand, I suppose. I didn't see Christian yet in the top 5. So we go to the third question. It's a quiz question. And the answer is 5. So we see at the leaderboard, KT is still number 1, but we have Nuan Rumpa coming in as second now. So well done, Nuan Rumpa. So we go to the next question, true or false? So you'll be able to see that the answer is false. 10 people are correct, 23 people are wrong. And let us see the leaderboard. Nuan Rupa now is number 1. Followed very closely by KT, NH, Sansa and Krisana. I've not seen other names coming up yet, so I hope that others will come in. But up 22 places, Kunsumet, highest climber. Well done, Kunsumet. I hope that you get to the top 5 soon. Of course, this is not the reason Anika never helped anybody to win any conferences. We provide you the database, we provide you the networking, but not allowing you to win. We don't have that power. Nuan Rupa is still number 1. Next is a quiz. So the answer is request for proposal. Obviously, you can't request for the latest board photo. So, let us see how's the situation. Toby now has suddenly come up. That's good, Toby. Well done. And 4 players have reached answer streak, 3 answers correct at the same time. That's good. Let's now move to true or false. This is a trick question. So the answer is false. Do you need a nut? So you see Nuan Rupa is still at number 1. So the top 5 position is still the same. Tough round, 4 players lost their answer streak of 3. So it's really a trick question. True or false? A big book must be in the form of glossy printed book with beautiful cover. Obviously, it's not. I'm sure that you have seen a sample shown by Andre early on. Now we have Jirachaya coming up, and up 5 places, Christian You are the highest climber. I hope that you get a top 5, Christian. 9th question. We have 12 questions all in total. Lobbying is permissible and is a must. True or false? So again, you need to read carefully and think carefully. So we got 14 correct answers and I think 18 is wrong. And Krisana is still there. Nuarampa still at number 1. Up 9 places is Tanapol, the highest climber. Well done. Now we go to the quiz. Question number 10. Why destination often lose their bid? The answer is unclear proposal, and 14 people got it right. Offer too low, venue too small, or all other destination bit better. That's not the correct answer. And of course, all these question and answer is not condoned by ICA. This is something that I made up today. So KT, you are now jumped to number 1. Well done, KT. And PC is already there. And KT is making comeback with 3 wins in a row. Well done, KT. So this is the bonus question. Double point. Nothing got to do with the meeting industry. Who is the crown Miss Universe for Thailand in 2018? Christian, you can just pick one of them. I'm sure you got no idea who is that. Katrina Gray, that is the correct answer. Unfortunately, a lot of people are still thinking that is Maria, not Maria. And let us see this position. KT is still number 1. Red. And this is our last question. So get ready. This is your last opportunity to try to climb your chart and to be the top 3 to win the prizes. If Thailand were to bid for the World Congress of Education, who should be the Thai local host? Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. Such a long name. That is the right answer, but we still have only 3 answers wrong. So this is a very good question. And that is all the 10 questions. And let us see who are the top 3 winners. Kim K. Kim Kardashian is number 3. KT number 2. And number 1 is One Rumpa. Well done, well done. So well done for all of you on site and also online for joining this quick fun quiz. That's what we just need after a long day of hard work, listening and getting engaged with the training program for the first day. For the top 3 winners, please meet the TSEP staff at the hotel. You will get your prizes or surprise gift. And I think you're going to have a coffee break, a networking after this. We will start again at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, Thailand time. We will have our local expert, Kun Perapan and Kun Sutichai, to talk about big materials. This is an interesting topic because I was made to understand it will be sharing with you some confidential documents that you might never seen before. And then we have local Thai hero to talk about his Thai bid journey. And we have a few other programs. But the highlight for tomorrow afternoon will be Marta Gomez from Paris. She's all the way from Paris to join us to talk about win some and lose some. So some interesting story, and then we will have a group activity. I will hand back the mic or the virtual mic back to Dr. Sarinya.
All right, thank you very much, Kakunor. That's very fun. And we have concluded day one of the second bidding training agent. May I see like the first top 3 winners of the game? คุณนวลลำพาไม่ทำให้เสียชื่อจริงๆนะคะ คุณคิมอยู่ที่นี่ไหมคะคุณคิม โอ้คุณคิมก็อยู่นี่เคทีก็อยู่นี่นะคะออนไซต์ทั้ง3คนเลยโอเคค่ะNow, Kun Nor already told you about what will happening tomorrow, what will be happening tomorrow. So basically, before you going back, for the on-site delegates, please know that you can check your email tomorrow. We will send a link for Zoom tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the morning, or you can keep, I believe they will send a link right now as well on the chat. นะคะพรุ่งนี้เรากลับมาเจอกันใหม่ตอน 9:30 น.เช่นเดิมสำหรับท่านที่อยู่หน้างานเรากลับมาเจอกันที่เดิมที่ห้องนี้เลยนะคะสำหรับท่านที่ดูผ่านเว็บบินาร์ก็สวัสดีนะคะแล้วก็สำหรับพวกเราออกไปรับประทานเบรกกันข้างนอกได้เลยค่ะแล้วเจอกันพรุ่งนี้สวัสดีค่ะ